Chapter 3273. While speaking, Yu Linfeng waved the fan in his hand. Like a butterfly flapping its wings, the fan flickered with a faint brilliance. That brilliance split off and rushed towards the silver-white hidden immortal continent light ball under Yu Linfeng's feet. The brilliance was extremely fast, arriving in front of the light ball in a moment. However, just before the brilliance fell into the light ball, it suddenly changed into a complete ray of light. A ray of light as sharp as an awl. Boom! A huge trembling sound rang out. The silver-white brilliance filled the entire bright moon palace. Within the brilliance, a woman wearing a flawless heavenly robe descended from the sky. Her long sleeves, which were like a rainbow, slowly waved. Countless bright specks of light flew out. This woman's face was blurry, but her bright eyes and white teeth were faintly discernible. Everyone's gaze landed on this heavenly maiden. When the brilliance faded, the heavenly maiden's figure disappeared. More than 10 specks of light adorned the light ball as if the heavenly maiden had just placed them there. Xiaohua's divine sense is powerful, and his Tao foundation is even stronger than others. With just a glance, the charm technique within the brilliance lost its effect on him. Seeing the heavenly maidens dance, Fu Jiwen, who is downstairs, is stunned at first. Then, he seems to have realized something. He turns his head to look and disappears. Xiaohua smiles. He knows that Xiao Yi called Fu Jiwen out and gave him the thunder amplification wood. His karma can be considered settled. 3 top-grade primeval stones were really insignificant for that bone. Since Xiaohua had this dilemma in his heart, he couldn't not help but help. Fellow immortals, everyone knows that my hidden immortal continent's cultivation base is Confucian. Yu Linfeng opened his mouth again. Speaking of Confucian cultivation, although I'm neither high nor low, I also know that I can't do without the 4 treasures of the study. Whether it's the 8 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, poetry, wine, flower, tea, or the 6 arts of etiquette, music, archery, imperial, and mathematics, they all can't be done without ink, paper, and inkstone. Even my 10 great imperial artifacts, what? Before Yu Linfeng finished speaking, a slightly hoarse voice called out. You! Fellow immortal you, could it be that you want to bid for the 10 great imperial artifacts today? Cough cough. Yu Linfeng's face was rather awkward. He smiled and said, Fellow immortal, can you listen to what I have to say? What's more, I was only talking about the 4 treasures of the study, not the 10 great imperial artifacts. If you really want to bid for the 10 great imperial equipment, do you think I can stand here? Ha ha, ha ha. That person laughed. Who asked your Zhai Xinglu to make the fairies so alluring? This old man had just woken up from the beauty of the female immortal when I heard you mention the 10 great imperial equipment. This old man has only heard of them and has never seen them before. How can I not be shocked? Okay, go on, go on. Yu Linfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He helplessly looked at the silhouette and said, the 4 treasures of the study are necessary for us Confucian cultivators to draw scrolls. At the same time, the 4 treasures of the study can also be used as imperial weapons. Of the 10 great imperial artifacts of our Confucian cultivators, the divine pen is ranked 2nd and is the most famous representative. Of course, my Zhai Xinglu temporarily doesn't have the opportunity to bid for the 10 great imperial equipment. Because if I see this item, I will use my family's fortune to obtain it. Damn it, why don't you tell me what the 10 great imperial equipment are? The bystanders all laughed and listened to Yu Linfeng's nonsense. However, upstairs, Xiaohua was scratching his ears and cheeks. At this moment, a light sound came from behind Xiaohua. Xiao Yi walked back and said in a low voice, Senior, Xiaohua nodded, indicating that he heard. Senior. Xiao Yi said in a low voice again, that young master is waiting outside to thank Senior. Oh. Xiaohua smiled and said, didn't this guy keep saying that he wanted to save his family? Why isn't he in a hurry to go back? Could it be that he really is lying to this old man? Reporting to Senior, Xiao Yi smiled and said, this servant has already brought him to the door of Zhai Xinglu. He has already given the item to his servant. Looking at that old servant's appearance, he has already galloped away. He is not a swindler. Ah. So fast. Xiaohua stared blankly, then immediately understood. This bright moon palace probably had a special passage that led directly to the door. Moreover, if not for Xiao Yi leading the way, Fu Jiwen would not have been able to come here so easily. Xiaohua originally did not want to see him. After all, he had a wife waiting for him at home. However, he heard Yu Linfeng's chatter downstairs. He could not keep asking Xiao Yi, so he smiled and said, "Go, let him in." "Oh, also, Miss Xiao Yi, you wait outside first. When this old man is bidding, I will call you in." "Yes, senior." Xiao Yi was somewhat unhappy, but she still walked out obediently. Junior greets senior. Fu Jiwen walked in, looked around, and hurriedly bowed his head and thanked Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and did not get up. He waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. Didn't you take off your mask so that this Xiao could make a move? Now that we are here, we are instead distant. Hee, so it really is fellow Daoist Xiao." All of a sudden, Fu Jiwen relaxed. He looked to the side and said, "This is the highest level place in Star Picking Tower. Normally, only Confucian cultivators or disciples of aristocratic families can come here. I have never come here before. You also did not reveal your identity, so how could I dare to be careless? How could I succeed if I did not put on a show?" Hee. Xiaohua smiled and did not intend to say more. Fu Jiwen once again respectfully straightened his robe and bowed. "However, I came here this time to thank fellow Daoist. If not for fellow Daoist's help, would not have been able to obtain this thunder amplification wood. And, since this thunder amplification wood is actually so important, you should hurry back. The matter at your wife's side is the most urgent. Do you not care about this little bit of formality?" Xiaohua stood up and solemnly helped Fu Jiwen up. "The old housekeeper has already brought the thunder amplification wood back. This thing, even though the bidding price here is so high, in reality, no one will have any ideas about it. Nothing will happen." Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "If I did not come to see if it was fellow Daoist Xiao, there would always be a knot in my heart, and it would be detrimental to my cultivation. Especially, fellow Daoist Xiao, you are a guest from afar. I have to accompany fellow Daoist no matter what. When the matter in Copper Pillar State is over, I will send fellow Daoist away. It won't be too late for me to return. It can also be considered to be a good host." Just right. You can explain to me a bit about the 10 great imperial artifacts of Confucian cultivators." Xiaohua did not stick to formalities and smiled as he pointed to a chair at the side. "Yes. Fellow Daoist Xiao." When Fu Jiwen heard this, he was also very happy. He pulled a chair and sat next to the windowsill. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he seemed to have thought of something. He hastily put his hand into his bosom, took out a jade eye, and personally handed it to Xiaohua. "Just now, this little one left in too much of a hurry. I didn't even leave behind my address. I'm really ashamed. This little one is from the Yu province's Ping Shan country. This jade eye contains the address of this little one's residence, and also, some of this little one's cultivation experience. I really don't know how to thank fellow Daoist. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water." Xiaohua glanced at him, reached out his hand, and carefully took it. He didn't check it, and sent it into his space. He smiled and said, "Your jade eyes are actually unnecessary." Fellow Daoist took it. Only then can my heart be at ease." Fu Jiwen finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat down and looked outside the window. He smiled and said, "This place is really good. I can see the outside but the outside can't see the inside." At this moment, Yu Linfeng, who was in the air, grabbed one of the light spots on the map of hidden immortal continent into his hand. It was a rectangular jade box. The outside of the box was drawn with neat patterns. There were even some characters carved on it. Fellow Daoist Xiao, this jade box is different from the Dao sect's jade box. Fu Jiwen said naturally, ordinary Dao sect's jade box would have talismans attached to it to prevent the aura inside from leaking out and attracting the attention of others. But Confucian cultivators use these characters to suppress the aura inside the jade box. Those patterns also have this effect. In short, there are some similarities between Confucian cultivators and Dao sect cultivators, but in essence, there is a difference between heaven and earth. After Fu Jiwen finished speaking, Yu Linfeng pointed his hand and a stream of true energy rushed out. Buzz. The jade box also emitted a faint buzzing sound. Waves of clear air came from the patterns and characters. Ka-ba, a crisp sound rang out. Roar. Following the crisp sound, the jade box opened and a red fire dragon rushed out of the jade box. A clear dragon roar resounded throughout the bright moon palace. Then, an even brighter crimson color mixed with an indescribable heat slowly floated out of the jade box. Everyone squinted their eyes and saw clearly that it was an ink brush that was over a foot long and as thick as a fist. The ink brush was made of a very strange material. It was completely red, and a horned dragon was engraved on it. The horned dragon was swimming in the light, and the clear dragon roar came from the shadow of the horned dragon. What was even stranger was that the ink pen was only a pen holder. The place where the brush should have been was empty. Fellow Daoists, this is what I was talking about, a copy of the divine brush, red dragon brush. Yu Linfeng waved his hand and his true energy fell on the red dragon brush. The dragon-like light gradually fell and the heat was withdrawn into the red dragon brush. This red dragon brush is made from the bones of a fire dragon. The dragon engraved on the surface is also made from the blood essence of a fire dragon. When you use this red dragon brush to draw a scroll or use it as an imperial weapon, you can use the fire dragon's soul to fully display the power of the divine brush. Then Yu Linfeng gave a simple introduction of the red dragon brush and announced the starting price of the red dragon brush. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't bid for it. He smiled and asked Fu Jiwen, this red dragon brush is a copy of the divine brush. If it's so powerful, then what would the real divine brush look like? Chapter 3274. Fu Jiwen thought for a moment and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, as the saying goes, a big sound has no sound, a big elephant has no shape, a real treasure is returning to its original state. I have never seen the divine brush before, but I have heard that the divine brush was not made from the tendons and bones of some fire dragon, nor was it made from any other demonic beast. It was made from a type of green bamboo. Only the green bamboo's upright and unbending character could bring out the true noble spirit. What is special is that when the divine pen appears, it always has a faint clear chi. This clear chi can directly rush to the sky and resonate with the literature star in the sky. I heard that when the divine pen is writing the scroll, it can borrow the literature star's literature chi to attract the noble chi of the world. Good, so powerful. Then this green bamboo is definitely not ordinary. Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with a smile. Indeed. It is said that this green bamboo is taken from the Immortal Palace's immortal emperor's favorite green bamboo, and it is personally made by a great artificer who cultivated to the literature saint realm. Immortal Palace? Hearing Empress and Immortal Emperor one after another, Xiaohua unconsciously muttered in his heart and said in a low voice, Does young Master Fu know where the Immortal Palace is? Hee, how would I know? Fu Jiwen shook his head as expected. Perhaps when I cultivate to the literature saint realm, I will be able to see the mystery of the Immortal Palace. Oh. Why do you say that? Xiaohua asked curiously. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, On the hidden immortal continent, all Confucian scholars who can cultivate to the literature saint realm can receive the invitation of Emperor Go Chen and Empress Dongming to participate in the heavenly bestowal banquet. Although the road to the Immortal Palace is specially guided by the Immortal Palace's warriors, the literature saints don't know where the Immortal Palace is. But after all, they can see the wonders of the Immortal Palace. Xiaohua nodded slightly. In other words, even if they participate in the heavenly bestowal banquet, it is impossible to know where the Immortal Palace is. Yes, it should be. Otherwise, this immortal palace has existed for who knows how many years, but there is no rumor of the immortal palace's location on the hidden immortal continent. Fu Jiwen nodded. Let's not talk about the immortal palace. Xiaohua did not care about the location of the immortal palace. After all, that was the ultimate goal of Confucian cultivation, and it was far from him. Let's talk about the 10 great imperial equipment. Fu Jiwen pointed at the falling fire dragon brush and said, fellow Daoist Xiao already knows about the second-ranked divine brush. The 10th-ranked imperial artifact is the 10,000 transformation scarf. Ever-changing scarf? When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. This myriad of transformations sounds like. Why does it have something to do with my Dao Sex Dharma artifacts? Fu Jiwen smiled and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, didn't I say it before? Although Taoism had been in decline for a long time, both Taoism and Confucianism were passed down from ancient times. Both sects had their own advantages and disadvantages, but they could also learn from each other. As for who was whose essence and who was whose fabrication, who would be able to tell? The ever-changing scarf is a Confucian scarf used by a Confucian scholar. Rumor has it that when worn on the head, not only can it change one's appearance at will, but also when reciting poems, the clear air on the head can connect to the stars. Different times can connect to different constellations, and when drawing inscriptions, it can also borrow the power of the constellations. Inscriptions? Xiaohua heard a new term. Fu Jiwen immediately explained, inscriptions are words that are written with a divine brush and contain an aura of righteousness. When these words are written on paper, the paper becomes a scroll. If it is directly written in the air to counter the enemy, it is called inscriptions. Oh, right, the words carved on the jade box just now can be called inscriptions. These inscriptions should be similar to the Dao Sex runes. Xiaohua nodded. If that's the case, then I understand. These runes and inscriptions are indeed different methods to achieve the same result. The 9th-ranked imperial equipment is misty-like immortal robe. Fu Jiwen said again, the biggest effect of this imperial equipment is that it can create auspicious clouds in the 9 heavens and dance with the white clouds. It is the fastest flying imperial equipment among the top 10 imperial equipment. It can be considered as a real imperial equipment. Of course, this immortal robe can also become invisible and illusory. Even if it is as strong as the sage of literature, it will not be easy to detect. Good, so to say, who can wear this misty-like immortal robe? In this world, there is almost no one who can defeat him. In this lifetime, even if he can't beat him, he can still escape with his life. It is indeed so. Fu Jiwen laughed and said, speaking of this misty-like immortal robe, there is a wonderful thing. Oh? Quickly tell me about it. Xiaohua liked strange things the most and withdrew his gaze from the auction. This matter happened in the Pure Land world. Fu Jiwen said tirelessly, the Buddhist sect has always claimed that they are benevolent and pity the world. They even shout out slogans such as sweeping the floor for fear of hurting the lives of ants and cherishing moths. A Confucian scholar in my hidden immortal continent thinks that human nature is evil. How can there be such a benevolent person? Even if there is such a person, it is impossible for the entire Buddhist sect to be like that. Thus, in front of a famous temple in the Pure Land world, a very ferocious and filthy beggar appeared. Every morning, this beggar would come when it was time to give out porridge and would leave after eating the porridge. He would not give these Buddhist sect monks the opportunity to say Zen. At the beginning, the monks of this temple were very obedient and did not get tired of it. Every day, they would chant the name of Buddha and give porridge to this beggar. They would also take advantage of the time when they were giving porridge to explain some Buddhist teachings. Unfortunately, that beggar did not listen at all. This continued for 3 years. The beggars who came to eat porridge left wave after wave. However, this beggar's appearance was the same as before, regardless of rain or shine. The beggar did not change, but the monks who gave porridge began to slack off. From the 4th year onwards, the porridge bowl slowly became half a bowl. Moreover, they no longer taught any Buddhist teachings to this beggar. They only chanted the name of Buddha to deal with him. Since he began to slack off, in the future, it will be even more uncontrollable. Xiaohua thoughtfully said, this monk who gave porridge is not a senior monk of this temple. I'm afraid that he fell into the beggar's trap. Indeed, before the 6th year, the monk who gave porridge had already begun to speak ill of him. Even when there was no one around, he would drive the beggar away. The so-called Buddhist mercy had long been thrown to the back of his head. Fujiwen laughed. The most tragic thing was that one day in the 7th year, the weather seemed to be extremely cold. Except for this beggar, no other beggar went to eat porridge. And the rule of this temple is that as long as someone comes to eat porridge, they must give porridge. I don't know if this monk was in a bad mood, or if it was cold and he did not want to give porridge, or some other reason. In short, this monk actually had a conflict with this beggar when he was giving porridge. He used a porridge spoon to break the beggar's skull, causing his brain to splatter everywhere. Good boy. Xiaohua laughed. This time, the trouble is really big. Yes, this kind of trouble can really be big or small. Fujiwen said in all seriousness, this is also the key to the beggar's test. After all, giving porridge or not, patience or not, are all small things. This life and death is righteousness, whether or not he is a beggar. Alas, this Confucian scholar is really patient. Xiaohua sighed. He actually spent 6 years of effort to investigate the good and evil of human nature, the hypocrisy of Buddhism. This world is most afraid of this kind of persistent investigation. Fujiwen shook his head. If fellow Xiao does not have this kind of persistence, I'm afraid that the road you can walk in the future will not be long. Ha! Young Master Fu is absolutely right. Hearing Fujiwen's tone, Xiaohua unconsciously felt warm in his heart. Although these words are not pleasant to hear, they are really for his own good. Moreover, Xiaohua also heard that Fujiwen should be able to sense his cultivation and feel that his cultivation is still shallow. It's only because he has a lot of primordial stones that he can reach the 3rd floor of Bright Moon Palace. This monk has caused a disaster. The safest way is to directly return to the temple and admit his mistake to the abbot and ask the expert in the temple to perform a ritual for this beggar. No matter what, the abbot will not let this monk pay with his life for this beggar. After all, that place is not my hidden immortal continent. Fujiwen said again, unfortunately, this monk was lucky. Seeing that there was no one around and the wind and snow covered the sky, he boldly dragged this beggar's corpse into the wilderness and threw it down the cliff. Seeing this corpse falling down the mountain stream like a fallen leaf, even if it is a living person, there is no doubt that he will die. Only then did he feel relieved and returned to the temple. Xiaohua was speechless and said with a bitter smile, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. Just now, this Xiao felt that this monk was somewhat pitiful. After being stared at for 6 years, who knows how many good deeds he did before this, his moral integrity was destroyed for a moment. But from this monk's actions, not only does he have Buddha in his heart, he also has a devil. This Buddha and devil are the most terrifying. Correct. Exactly. Fujiwen nodded and said, actually, this monk also has his own difficulties. It is said that the next day is a big day. A bodhisattva from the great Lane temple will come to their temple to give a lecture. Therefore, the entire temple was moved by this grand event. This monk originally also had something to do, but he could not refuse to give porridge to this beggar, so he had resentment in his heart. Especially, before this grand event, how could he dare to report the matter of him killing the beggar to the abbot's table? He could only quietly cover up this matter. Of course, the weather that day was extremely cold. Other than that beggar who was killed, no one came to eat porridge. Even the entire temple was busy and chaotic. They did not know that a murder had occurred in front of their temple. This day passed by very quietly. That monk who was originally somewhat worried and nervous finally fell asleep. He thought that everything had passed and that everything that he had endured for 6 years had become a passing cloud. However, on the 2nd day, that bodhisattva from the great Lane temple came to the temple. Before he opened the altar to give a lecture, the monks in the temple discovered that the chests of all the Buddha statues in the temple had been broken open, revealing holes in the golden body. On each hole, there was a large flamboyant character. Naturally, the abbot did not dare to be negligent. He thought that this was a conspiracy against the bodhisattva and hurriedly reported it to the bodhisattva. After the bodhisattva heard it, he released his Buddha's consciousness to investigate. After seeing these words, he sighed, "The human heart is hard to fathom, human nature is hard to be at peace." Then, without saying another word, he stepped on a lotus and flew away. Chapter 3275. This time, the entire monastery, even the high monks and abbots who heard the news were confused. They didn't know why the bodhisattva left in a huff. When a group of monks gathered the words written in the Buddha's heart together, they formed a nondescript poem. Oh. What poem? Xiao Hua was very interested. Sweeping the floor, afraid of hurting the lives of ants, cherishing moths, covering the lamp with gauze, human life is hard to be heavier than moths. Buddha's heart is lighter than white porridge. If not for the ethereal immortal robe, beggars would have lost their lives in front of Buddha. This time, everyone understood that it was the matter of giving porridge. When the abbot asked the monk who gave the porridge, his face unconsciously turned ashen, and all the monks present were sad. Fujiwen laughed. The specific outcome of the matter was not spread out, but the name ethereal immortal robe was famous in the hidden immortal continent for a while. This ethereal immortal robe was originally not in the top 10 imperial artifacts, but after this matter, it was included in the list. Hee hee. Xiao Hua clapped. It seems that every imperial artifact has a thought-provoking story. However, young Master Fu, do you know? In this world, there are people who give porridge every day for decades. Although he is often hungry, he has never stopped. How is that possible? Fujiwen frowned. Which temple's high monk is this? I hope fellow Daoist Xiao can enlighten me. When I have time, I will pay him a visit. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed. He seemed to be in an extremely good mood. It's not a temple, and it doesn't need a time. It's the old Daoist from the Seven Suns Temple in Bronze Pillar Country. Daoist sect. Fujiwen was somewhat shocked. Xiao Hua looked at the auction downstairs. Under Yu Linfeng's persuasion, the crimson dragon hair brush had already been sold for a good price, and now he had bid for several rare items from the hidden immortal continent. Looking at Yu Linfeng's hand grabbing, it seemed like another imperial artifact flew out. Xiao Hua said indifferently, not only does the hidden immortal continent have mystical imperial artifacts, it also has the Daoist sect's loyalty. If young Master Fu has time, you might as well go take a look. You also have Daoist cultivation. This might be useful for your persistence. Indeed. Fujiwen nodded. In my eyes, most of the Daoist sects are deceitful and cunning people. It's rare to see someone as magnanimous as fellow Daoist Xiao, and I've never seen such a tenacious and kind person. After daybreak, I will definitely pay a visit to this senior and seek his advice on cultivation. You will be disappointed. Xiao Hua shook his head. This Daoist priest has no cultivation at all. Fujiwen nodded slightly, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. If it weren't for the persistence in your heart, if it weren't for the great kindness in your heart, you wouldn't have been able to persist like this. With such people, the Dao sect can prosper. Yes, I think so too. Only people like Master Dao Shan are the backbone of our Dao sect. Xiao Hua sighed. They are the ones who are supporting our Dao sect when our Dao sect is in decline. Master Dao Shan. I will remember it. Fujiwen nodded. At this moment, Yu Linfeng's voice rose again. Previously, the bidding for the crimson dragon hair set off a small climax. Then, he bid for some rare items. Although these items couldn't be compared to the crimson dragon hair, they were still very popular. The atmosphere of the entire auction was maintained at a relatively high level. However, following the appearance of a few rare items, the atmosphere began to drop. Yu Linfeng was naturally an expert in this field. He immediately waved his hand, and a ball of extremely tragic brilliance flew out from the ball of light of the hidden immortal continent. It landed in front of him, and he said loudly, "Fellow Daoists, can you guess what this item is? If any of you can guess it, I will make the decision and reduce the amount of primordial stones during the transaction." One of the 10 great imperial artifacts. Just as Yu Linfeng's voice fell, an old voice sounded. Yu Linfeng smiled bitterly. Fellow Daoist, you really think too highly of my Zhai Xinglu. Just now, I already said that my Zhai Xinglu has never bid for the 10 great imperial artifacts. Fellow Daoist Yu, at this moment, another voice sounded from the slightly chaotic clamor. This brilliance looks very strange. It doesn't look like the luster of an imperial artifact, nor does it look like the righteousness of a scroll. But this light is filled with a kind of indescribable brightness. Even my clear eyes technique is unbearable under this brilliance. This really makes me puzzled. If my guess is correct, this isn't a rare item of my hidden immortal continent. No, that's not right. If it isn't a rare item of my hidden immortal continent, how can it be taken out from the ball of light of the hidden immortal continent? Seeing that his goal was achieved, Yu Linfeng didn't dare to let everyone guess anymore. He hurriedly said with a smile, fellow Daoists, what you said is reasonable. However, you didn't completely guess. This item is naturally something that my hidden immortal continent's Confucian sect uses. Saying this, Yu Linfeng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of clear air. The clear air landed on the bright ball of light, and it was like a layer of thin clouds covering the ball of light. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the ball of light was actually a block of ink. However, it was just a block of ink that was 2 inches wide and 3 inches long. In addition to the dazzling brilliance, the surface of the ink block was very smooth. Faintly, there were some small lines on the surface. Those lines were slightly fine, and there was a faint scarlet color. Many cultivators with high clear eyes technique could already see that these lines were some blood vessels. However, it was precisely the blood vessels within these lines that emitted a dazzling light that caused the cultivators who were staring at the ink stick to feel waves of dizziness. Amidst this dizziness, another strange demonic beast was revealed. Light. Light beast. A voice cried out, I understand. This is blood ink refined from the light beast's light blood. Yes. Hearing this, Yu Linfeng clapped his hands and said, fellow Daoist is right. This blood ink is refined from the extremely rare light beast's blood essence in the Thousand Devils sacred realm. It is most suitable for us Confucian cultivators to make scrolls. Of course, this blood ink can only be used by seniors above the level of literature master. Fellow Daoists below the level of literature master must not try it. In particular, seniors who have reached the level of great grandmaster can use this blood ink to write scrolls that have the power of literature saints. A figure not far from Yu Linfeng cried out in shock, how is it so powerful? Ha ha ha, that's not all. Without waiting for this person to finish speaking, another voice called out, since this blood ink is mixed with the light beast's blood essence, it doesn't need to be written into a scroll. As long as you hold it in your hand, not only will ordinary demonic beasts not dare to approach you, you can even wander around in the middle of the night. All the evil spirits and ghosts won't dare to approach you. Also, across from Xiaohua, another person called out, with this blood ink on your writing desk, your reading will be like the help of a god. If you practice qi, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Fellow Daoist Yu, what's the starting price for this item? While several people were showing off their knowledge, someone had already asked eagerly. Not only was Yu Linfeng overjoyed, he hastily reported the starting price for this blood ink refined from the light beast's blood essence. On the 3rd floor, Xiaohua smiled and pointed his hand, saying, young Master Fu, you just said that the crimson dragon hair brush was similar to my Daoist's magic tool talisman brush. Now that this blood ink has appeared, isn't it the same as my Daoist spirit talisman refining? Both use the spirit beast's blood essence and use magic to draw talisman charms? Hee, that's right. Fujiwen said with a smile, a true scroll doesn't need the help of any spirit beast's blood essence, nor does it need the help of a special imperial tool. That so-called divine brush is nothing more than an accessory. This one has only heard of this kind of scroll, and this kind of inscription can only be written by seniors at the level of literature saints. As for the rest, they are all at a disadvantage. And let them bid. Left and right. Oh, young Master Fu, if you like something, you can say it. This one only came to take a look, I don't plan on bidding for anything. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Fu Jiwen hastily waved his hand and said, this one's needs have already been met, I have no more requests, there's no need to mention this matter again. Up to you, up to you. Xiao Hua smiled, that bone was very useful to him. Xiao Hua always felt that a thunder amplifying wood wasn't enough to express his gratitude, so he said this. Fu Jiwen glanced at the enthusiastic bidding, he said with a smile, just now, this one was talking about the misty-like immortal robe, the 9th of the 10 great imperial tools. Above the misty-like immortal robe is the myriad miles mountain and rivers fan. Actually, when it comes to this myriad miles mountain and rivers fan, this one feels that rather than calling it a Confucian cultivator's imperial tool, it would be better to call it a Daoist magic tool. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, this imperial tool is different from other imperial tools? Yes. Fu Jiwen nodded, it is said that this myriad miles mountain and rivers fan's original form is a Daoist magic tool called the Mountain and Rivers Map. However, this magic tool was damaged during a fight, and it was extremely serious. Daoist magic tools were unable to repair it, so it was abandoned. Later on, a Confucian great tool master obtained this item and used Confucian magic tools to seal a strand of dragon qi from the 9 continents into it, using the dragon qi to nourish the damaged magic tool. After more than 1,000 years, it was completely repaired. When this myriad miles mountain and rivers fan is waved, it has the weight of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, and it also has the appearance of a majestic dragon qi. Without great luck and the strength of dragons and elephants, it is extremely difficult to resist. Therefore, it is ranked above the misty-like immortal robe. Luck? Xiao Hua frowned and asked, what is luck? What young Master Fu said about the weight of mountains and rivers, the strength of dragons and elephants, this one can understand, but this majestic dragon qi, great luck, this one can't understand. Fu Jiwen smiled faintly and said, luck is very illusory. If we look at it in a big way, it is the direction of all things in the world. For example, Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and Daoist sects, whoever can occupy great luck will be able to prosper and develop. In the ancient times, the struggle between Buddhism and Confucianism was a struggle for luck. If Daoist sects' luck was occupied by Buddhism and Confucianism, they would reach a dead end and could only perish and descend into desolation. If we look at it in a big way, it is the development of a country and a family. If a country obtains luck, it will prosper, and the country's strength will be strong. If a family obtains luck, it will flourish, and its descendants will flourish, lasting for thousands of generations. If we look at it in a small way, if a person obtains luck, he will definitely win every bet, and disaster will become auspicious. Chapter 3276. Hiss. Xiao Hua slightly inhaled a breath of cold air. Although Fu Jiwen said it very simply, it was also easy to understand. Doesn't the Dao sect have auspicious talismans? Didn't I also get the Phoenix Jade talisman? It seems like I can inexplicably turn misfortunes into blessings many times. Isn't this what Fu Jiwen said about luck? Because luck is very complicated, Confucian cultivators even have specialized cultivators to research this technique. Unfortunately, I am very unfamiliar with this. Actually, most people only heard about it from hearsay. It is impossible for them to know the details. Fu Jiwen said again, moreover, it is said that dragon qi and luck are closely related. On the hidden immortal continent, where there are dragon veins, there will be dragon qi, and where there is dragon qi, the luck will be especially vigorous. Therefore, only people with great luck can resist the dragon qi on the fan of 1,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Hee hee. Hearing this, Xiao Hua laughed. If this is true, then wouldn't the dragon kings of the 4 seas become the rulers of the 3 continents? Wouldn't the dragon palaces of the 4 seas become the place with the most abundant luck in this world? Fellow Xiao is wrong. Dragon qi, dragon veins and dragon race are not too related. Dragon veins are born from luck, it is just borrowing the dragon shape, and the dragon race themselves do not have luck. Fu Jiwen also said with a smile, if it is as fellow Xiao thinks, the place with the most abundant luck is Dragon Island. That dragon palaces of the four seas are only part of Dragon Island, suppressing the four seas. Dragon Island is the place where the dragon race resides. Speaking of dragon palaces, Xiaohua asked again, Dragon Island is probably the same as the immortal palaces, no one knows where it is? Yes, that is exactly the case. Fu Jiwen nodded, a trace of longing appeared in his eyes. No matter if it is the immortal palaces, Dragon Island, Great Lightning Tune Temple or Great Sage Temple, they are all only heard of but not seen. Let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaohua asked, let's talk about the 10 great imperial equipment. Yes, Fu Jiwen said with a smile, this imperial equipment ranked 7th is a wonderful item, it is called Beauty Jade. Beauty Jade? Xiaohua reached out his hand and scratched his chin a few times, as if he understood. He said with a smile, young Master Fu means, all male cultivators should like it? Ha ha ha, Fu Jiwen said, it is said to be so. But I'm afraid that only the man who actually obtained the Beauty Jade would know the specific benefits, right? Sweat this kind of thing can also be called a imperial equipment? After Xiaohua seemed to understand, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fu Jiwen explained again, since fellow Daoist Xiao has thought of one of the layers, I'm sure you also understand that when this Jade of Beauty is used, it can transform into a frightening heavenly maiden. It's extremely easy for people with unstable mental states to fall into the trap. Lust is the first blade. Xiaohua sighs and says, the power of this color is even heavier than the power of dragons and elephants, and even heavier than our mountains and rivers. No wonder this Jade Beauty is ranked above the fan of mountains and rivers. That's right. There are several times more male cultivators than female cultivators in this world. It's very difficult to escape from this Jade Beauty. What about the 6th ranked imperial equipment? Xiaohua pursed his lips and smiled. This Xiao is very curious as to which imperial equipment can suppress the Beauty Jade. To be able to suppress the Beauty Jade, it's naturally the words that have existed since time immemorial and run through the past and present. It can turn a woman into a skeleton. Fu Jiwen says with a smile, without words, without sentences, without text, those beauties can only be a lump of meat, a skeleton. After 100 years, who can still remember them? Inscriptions? It should be said that the collection of inscriptions and scrolls is completed. Fu Jiwen nods. This imperial equipment is called the 10,000-word book. According to legend, it was written by the earliest 9,999 inscriptions born in the world in ancient times. When the 10,000-word book is used, every word can reach the stars, every word can disturb heaven and earth. It can be said that every word is a gem, every word is heavy, every word is ancient. Under this 10,000-word book, even if the sage of literature can reach the Milky Way, he will still be suppressed by these words. Not even a trace of noble spirit will leak out. 9,999 inscriptions? Xiaohua frowned. Why not 10,000? It is said that when the 10,000th inscription was created, heaven and earth changed colors, gods and devils wept, mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Thus, the last inscription A was merged with heaven and earth, and no one can see it. Of course, if anyone can see this inscription A, their body will immediately become a sage. Hearing this, Xiaohua can't help but secretly curl his lips. Isn't this the Soul Cultivator's green seal text? Xiaohua clearly knows what the inscription A looks like. Xiaohua is even more clear about the power of the green seal text. In this world, besides the green seal text, how can there be 9,999 inscriptions A with the same power? Isn't this the legendary inscription A? Oh, young Master Fu, please wait a moment. Just as Xiaohua curls his lips and Fu Jiwen is about to speak, Xiaohua suddenly waves his hand and says. Fu Jiwen is stunned, but looking at the auction downstairs, he immediately understands. Just as the two are talking, Yu Linfeng has already bid for the blood ink. The one who obtained it is the person who bid for the thunder amplifying wood with Xiaohua. After the blood ink, he bid for a few more rare items. Now, on the lacquer plate in front of Yu Linfeng is a jade eye. Yu Linfeng is also speaking in a loud voice. fellow immortals, after bidding for some rare items of the hidden immortal continent, let's take a break for a while. Now, there are a few interesting items. Although they have nothing to do with us Confucian cultivators, if any of you are good at both, you can use a small amount of primeval stones to bid for them. This jade eye in front of me records a Daoist technique called Wind and Cloud Spell. Just as Yu Linfeng says this, an impatient person everywhere interrupts him. A cold voice says, "Fellow immortal Yu, our 3 continents have a law. No one can sell Daoist techniques. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that Zhai Xinglu will be destroyed by the immortal palace? My Zhai Xinglu has always been enforcing the law. How can we violate the iron law of the 3 continents?" Yu Linfeng says with a smile, "In order to contain the great enemy of us Confucian cultivators, the immortal palace prohibits the sale of Daoist techniques. However, it is only limited to low-level and basic techniques. As for high-level techniques, they don't really care. As for fellow immortals, there are people with peerless aptitudes. I'm afraid many of you also have Daoist cultivation, right? My Zhai Xinglu's technique is only a technique between the 3 levels of essence energy. It should be a Daoist golden core technique, but it is not prohibited by the immortal palace." Hearing this, Fujiwen looks at the star-shaped Xiaohua and understands something. He knows that Xiaohua wants to bid for this item. Oh my, a Daoist technique of the 3 levels of essence energy. That voice smacks his lips and says, "This thing must cost a lot of primeval stones, right?" "Not much, not much. 1 top-grade primeval stone." Yu Linfeng waves his hand and says, "Damn, 1 top-grade primeval stone." That voice seems to want to jump up from below. This is too expensive. How could anyone want it? Yu Linfeng shrugs his shoulders and slightly waves the folding fan in his hand. With a calm appearance, he says, "There's no other way, it's a rare item worth hoarding. This is the price. This is a technique. Unlike some imperial tool or scroll, it can be passed down forever. Moreover, in the eyes of fellow immortals, it may be worthless, but in the eyes of others, it may be a priceless treasure. 1 top-grade primeval stone." Without waiting for Yu Linfeng to finish speaking, someone not far away called out a price. Oh. Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He looked downstairs. Needless to say, this person must have a Daoist cultivation base. Moreover, he must have already reached the peak of foundation establishment, or even the early Jindan stage. Only then would he come to the auction to bid for this Jindan cultivation method. Good, this fellow immortal bids 1 top-grade primeval stone. Yu Linfeng raises his eyebrows and calls out in a slightly exaggerated manner, "Is there anyone else bidding?" "Hee, I'm afraid 1 top-grade primeval stone is enough to close the deal." Beside Xiaohua, Fujiwen says with a smile, "Even fellow Daoist Xiao wouldn't spend a few top-grade primeval stones to compete with a Daoist disciple for this golden core technique, right?" Xiaohua nods, "Indeed. Now that the Daoist sects are in decline, any Daoist cultivator who has some sense of the big picture wouldn't kill each other like this." Sure enough, after this cultivator speaks, although the entire auction is somewhat noisy, no one bids against him. If no one bids, this item will be this fellow immortal's. Yu Linfeng raises his folding fan and is about to drop it. Wait. At this moment, the person on the 3rd floor opposite Xiaohua speaks again, "I'll add 10 top-grade primeval stones." Oh. This is. Not only is Xiaohua baffled, even Fujiwen raises his eyebrows and looks at the opposite building with some surprise. After all, although the opposite side has only bid twice, the items they bid for each time are completely unrelated to the Daoist sects. One is the thunder amplification wood, the other is the light beast blood ink. How could they bid again for a golden core technique? Could it be a diversion? This person in front of us is also a Daoist cultivator? Xiaohua seems to understand something. His goal is the same as mine, also a Daoist treasure? If so, just now, I was too impetuous. I thought this person was that Duanmu. That's not right. Just as he thinks up to here, Xiaohua seems to have thought of something again, and a trace of a smile hangs at the corner of his mouth. Fuck, just now from that tone, I can only guess with 30% certainty that that person is young Master Duanmu. But now that this guy opened his mouth to bid for this Daoist sex technique, I'm afraid I'm 70% sure that this person is young Master Duanmu. The person who bid for the thunder amplification wood with me just now, is really a Daoist cultivator? Fujiwen at the side shifts his gaze from outside and looks at Xiaohua. After all, the Daoist sex methods are unique and can use this thunder amplification wood in many places. Would a Daoist sect disciple be very familiar with this star-picking tower's manager? Xiaohua smiles faintly. Fujiwen, however, says with a smile, fellow Daoist Xiao, I'm not too sure about your cultivation, but I reckon you should be the kind of cultivator who secludes himself from the world and only cultivates Daoist sex techniques, not involving yourself in other things. Fellow Daoist also doesn't know, in this hidden immortal continent, no, it should be the 3 continents, although many cultivators don't dare to say that they are good at both sects, there are often some Confucian cultivators who have Daoist divine abilities and Buddhist sects who have Confucian cultivators' divine abilities. The person bidding may not be a true Daoist sect cultivator, but he may also have Daoist divine abilities. Even if this kind of person has some connection with star-picking tower, it's also normal. Chapter 3277. Xiaohua had already told Fujiwen about his situation. Now that he had asked him so many seemingly ordinary things, Fujiwen's explanation was also normal. Especially since Fujiwen didn't know about his conflict with Duanmu Gongzi, of course he didn't think as much as he did. Let's wait and see. Xiaohua didn't explain and only responded. Downstairs, in this short moment, dozens of high-grade primeval stones had already been added. Finally, the cultivator downstairs helplessly withdrew. Clearly, he was somewhat embarrassed. Good, this wind and cloud art will go to this. Yu Linfeng waved his hand. Just as he was about to settle, Xiaohua raised his voice again, 2 top-grade primeval stones. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction was bustling with activity again. Obviously, the first wave of the thunder amplifying wood was caused by Xiaohua and the person opposite him. Now, this inconspicuous jade eyes had successfully provoked a fight between the two. Add 10 high-grade primeval stones. The voice from the opposite side was extremely fast. It was a bit faster than the previous bid with the cultivator downstairs. And this voice, when heard by Xiaohua's ears, actually carried a kind of relaxed, a kind of excitement. It really is this guy. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. That's right, since Xiaohua could guess that the person opposite him was Duanmu Gongzi, how could Duanmu Gongzi not guess that it was Xiaohua here? Not to mention that Duanmu Gongzi had already met several distinguished guests on the 3rd floor before entering the balcony, just based on Duanmu Gongzi's words just now, as long as someone paid attention, they would be able to guess that the person on the balcony was Duanmu Gongzi. But Xiaohua still twisted his neck and competed with him. Who else could it be other than Xiaohua? Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that there were other cultivators who urgently needed the thunder-amplifying wood and thus didn't care about Duanmu Gongzi's face. Therefore, Duanmu Gongzi was the same as Xiaohua, bidding with the cultivator downstairs in an uncertain situation. The purpose of this bidding wasn't the wind and cloud art, but Xiaohua's identity. Even the moment Duanmu Gongzi bid for the wind and cloud art, he already denied that Xiaohua was on the balcony and thought that the cultivator downstairs was Xiaohua. Of course, in this way, Duanmu Gongzi won the wind and cloud art and ruined Xiaohua's good thing, so Duanmu Gongzi was also happy. After all, it was only a top-grade primeval stone, Duanmu Gongzi could still afford to waste. Since Xiaohua understood the reason, why didn't he stand up to fight? There had already been conflicts left and right, so what was one more? Naturally, Xiaohua's shout had revealed his identity to young Master Duanmu at the same time. How could young Master Duanmu not be excited? 3 top-grade primordial stones. Xiaohua shouted again without hesitation. Fujiwen was greatly alarmed and said anxiously, fellow Daoist Xiao, although this cultivation method is rare, but, It's really not worth 2 supreme grade essence stones. Add another 10 upper grade primordial stones. Young Master Duanmu also opened his mouth. Forget it. At this moment, Xiaohua smiled and said loudly, just now, this old man took advantage of this fellow immortal. This time, even though this old man really desires this jade eye, in order to make up for the injury I inflicted on fellow immortal, I'll give it to fellow immortal. You. Right after Xiaohua finished speaking, a furious roar rose, but it only lasted for a moment before the voice fell silent again. When it spoke again, there was no anger in it. Then thank you, fellow Daoist. Hearing the word, fellow Daoist, Xiaohua shrugged and said to Fujiwen with a smile, see, you're indeed a fellow Daoist. This Xiao knows his mistake and corrects it. Can this be considered the greatest virtue? Fujiwen naturally couldn't see Xiaohua's expression, but he stood up apologetically and cupped his hands, saying, alas, it's all my fault. I caused fellow Daoist Xiao to become enemies with this person. At this point, what did Fujiwen not understand? It's just that he thought it was his own matter that made things difficult for Xiaohua. It has nothing to do with you. Xiaohua waved his hand, indicating for Fujiwen to stand up. If there's no accident, that person should be young Master Duanmu of the Duanmu family. This Xiao doesn't know his name, but when I entered Star Picking Tower, this Xiao inadvertently had an unnecessary conflict with him. Even if this Xiao ignores him, he'll still remember this Xiao in his heart. There's no harm in letting him spend 3 supreme grade primordial stones to deepen his impression. See Duanmu family. Xiaohua said it casually, but Fujiwen gasped. The Duanmu family was truly a colossus to him. Ignore him. Xiaohua waved his hand, he also doesn't know who this Xiao is. After tonight, we'll go our separate ways. Fujiwen looked at Xiaohua's figure, bit his lips slightly, and said in a low voice, fellow Daoist Xiao, the Duanmu family isn't an ordinary family. Even if fellow Daoist has the cultivation of 7th grade essence energy, I'm afraid you won't be able to confront them head-on. Oh. 7th grade essence energy? When Xiaohua heard this, he unconsciously felt a little bitter in his mouth. 7th grade essence energy was the cultivation of body integration. Given 1,000 years, who knew if Xiaohua could cultivate into body integration? However, Fujiwen hesitated again and said, the descendants of the Duanmu family are also divided into direct and side branches, and even partial branches. Not everyone with the surname Duanmu can't be provoked. To be able to participate in this kind of auction in Bronze Pillar Nation, they shouldn't be from the direct branch of the Duanmu family. Fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't need to be too worried. And this Xiao understands. Xiaohua's voice regained its calmness. He already had a plan in his heart. This Duanmu family was like the Imperial Thunder sect. Although it was very big, but on the other hand, it also had a lot of disciples. This Duanmu young master's cultivation wasn't very high, but there were probably many disciples like him in the Duanmu family. There might not be any top cultivators who would stand up for some small matter for no reason. You better tell this Xiao what the 5th imperial artifact is. All right. Fujiwen saw that Xiaohua was calm. Although he was a little anxious in his heart, he could only agree and sit down again. He said, the 5th imperial artifact is the Divine Devil Chess. Divine Devil Chess? When Xiaohua heard this, he frowned again. What chess? How did it become one of the top 10 imperial artifacts? Fellow Daoist isn't the only one who is puzzled. Even I and many other cultivators don't understand. Fujiwen said absent-mindedly, it said that the reason why the Divine Devil Chess became one of the top 10 imperial artifacts is because of the mystery of this Divine Devil Chess. No one has ever seen this Divine Devil Chess, and no one knows the use of this Divine Devil Chess. I have only heard that this Divine Devil Chess is a chess set that uses heaven and earth as the chessboard, and gods and devils as the chess pieces. Gods and devils? How is that possible? Xiaohua snorted. He felt that this Confucian student was the best at making up nonsense. Everything that came out of their mouth was impossible. Gods and devils, how could they be chess pieces? If gods and devils were chess pieces, who would be able to control gods and devils? That's right. Fujiwen withdrew the trace of worry in his eyes and said with a smile, that's right. However, I have also heard of some legends that are related to this divine devil chess. Xiao Hua looked downstairs. The auction had started again. Yu Linfeng actually took out some Dao sect talisman crafting and alchemy techniques to bid. These talisman crafting and alchemy techniques were obviously more popular than golden core cultivation techniques. Many cultivators began to bid. Of course, the price of these secret techniques was far less than the golden core cultivation techniques. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart moved, and he secretly said, damn it, I forgot. I have now reached the peak of golden core stage. Although I still don't have any signs of condensing a nascent soul, and I don't know how to condense a nascent soul, I should prepare these nascent soul pills and nascent soul birth pills. Now in these 3 continents, Dao sects have declined, and it's hard to say if there are any nascent soul cultivators. Where would there be people who can refine nascent soul pills and nascent soul birth pills for them? I'm afraid I have to refine them myself. It's said that only pills refined by pill masters who surpass nascent soul can truly form a nascent soul. However, in terms of cultivation and comprehension of heavenly Dao, my green-robed primordial spirit may not be inferior to a nascent soul cultivator. I wonder if the nascent soul birth pills and nascent soul birth pills he refined are useful? No matter what, I don't have the pill formulas here, and I have to find the pill formulas of these pills in these 3 continents. Alas, it's really difficult. Hee, young Master Fu. Xiao Hua's ears perked up, waiting for Yu Linfeng to finish refining the pill formulas. At the same time, he said to Fujiwen, quickly tell me about the legend. Fujiwen cleared his throat, and said with a smile, this legend is different from Misty-like immortal robe. According to legend, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a flourishing empire on this hidden immortal continent called Dongqin. This Dongqin empire's territory was vast, and it occupied most of Qing province and Su province among the 9 provinces of hidden immortal continent. It was more than 10 times bigger than the second-ranked country. Moreover, this Dongqin empire's several generations of kings were extremely wise. Under their political and military skills, this Dongqin empire's people were rich, and the country was prosperous, attracting tens of thousands of countries. However, in the end, an extremely ambitious monarch appeared in the Dongqin Empire. He wanted to be the ruler of the entire hidden immortal continent, so he began to develop his military force and frantically expanded. At the beginning, the Dongqin Empire's expansion was very smooth, and it once reached 3 provinces. However, when the Dongqin Empire attacked a nameless small country in Yan province, they encountered an unprecedented resistance. Many of the Dongqin Empire's famous generals died in this small country. In the end, the king was enraged and personally led the army to attack. This king was said to have a cultivation of 5th grade essence force, and he had countless generals under his command, all of them were 3rd or 4th grade essence force cultivators. Under the king's frantic attack, that small country was forced to retreat, and finally reached the end of the line. Just when the Dongqin Empire's king thought that victory was in his hands, he heard a series of earth-shattering roars from thousands of miles away. The originally clear sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and the entire ground was also covered with black flames. In this drastic change in the sky, a huge chessboard appeared. On the left and right of the chessboard, there were 6 godly generals and 6 demon generals. Each of them had their own responsibilities, and they charged out from the chessboard. Within thousands of miles, all living things were slaughtered by these 12 godly demons. Although the king urgently mobilized all the generals to fight back, how could they be a match for the godly demons? In just half a day's time, Dongqin Empire's 100,000 elite soldiers were all crushed into meat paste. Not a single one of them could escape alive. The most frightening thing was that the nameless small country also had no survivors. Within thousands of miles, all living things were plunged into misery and suffering. Vengeful spirits wandered around freely, and even the demon generals who were born with ghosts could not devour the millions of living things in time. Chapter 3278. After all the living beings were massacred, wind and thunder raged between heaven and earth. Torrential rain poured down, and everything within 10,000 miles became a swamp. However, within this swamp, corpses lay everywhere, and blood flowed everywhere. The stench of blood did not dissipate even after 100 years, and no one could survive in this place. Fujiwen spoke eloquently. As for the celestial fiend chest that caused such a calamity, it disappeared without a trace. Where it went, or which expert triggered the celestial fiend chest, no one knows until now. Of course, from this legend, I feel that this celestial fiend chest is a great killing machine. Its activation requires the sacrifice of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of millions of living beings. Unless it's a matter of life and death, no one would easily take it out. That's why it's so mysterious. My goodness. Xiaohua sighed, such a great killing machine. I'm afraid it's ranked first among the 10 great imperial artifacts, right? Why is it only ranked fifth? Fujiwen shook his head. This celestial fiend chest is too bloody. Confucian cultivators would never place it first. Actually. Xiaohua laughed again. This legend is too exaggerated, to the point that I feel that it's all made up. Look at that so-called Dongchen Empire. They're crazy and exaggerated. Do those Confucian aristocratic families not care? Although Duanmu aristocratic family is a first-class Confucian aristocratic family, it's not difficult for them to reach out and take care of this matter, right? Secondly, that monarch was actually able to cultivate to the 4th grade of origin power. How long is his lifespan? He's probably tired of being the monarch, right? Thirdly, so many famous generals have fallen in this nameless small country. That monarch, how could he personally go into battle? Furthermore, life is the most important thing. Fourthly, since Dongchen Empire is so powerful, it must have 10 great imperial artifacts, right? Can't the ones ranked first suppress the celestial fiend chess? Ha! Fujiwen laughed. Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't nitpick too much. This is just a legend, who knows if it's true. However, there's one thing that's true. Oh. It's that 10,000 miles of blood pool, Fujiwen said. Today, that blood pool is still uninhabitable, and it's still abnormally bloody. Even birds can't fly over that blood pool. Back then, I even made a trip there. Is that so? Xiaohua asked curiously. That place is in Yan province? Yes, it's celestial fiend blood pool. If there is a chance, this Xiao will personally go and take a look. It was very strange. When Xiaohua heard this very unfamiliar name, a trace of feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. This feeling was indescribable, as if it was a kind of summoning. Oh, that's right. As soon as Xiaohua felt this, he immediately asked, the God and Devil blood pool is the place where the God and Devil chest disappeared. Could it be that no one went there to see it? Xiao, Confucian, Xiaohua, Confucian, Yen, Xiao, Yen, Confucian, Taoist and then cult of cultivators, fiends, Yen, 1,000 years, and Confucian, Xiao, Conficand and years. Xiao, Yate. Xiao, 8, Yen. Xiao. How dare you? You're going against your ancestors. Just as Xiaohua sighed and wanted to listen to the stories of the other 10 great imperial equipment he heard a few angry curses that sounded like rolling thunder coming from downstairs, instantly attracting Xiaohua and Fujiwen's attention. The two of them thought to themselves at the same time, what's going on? At this auction, Yu Linfeng had a row of 4 scrolls open in front of him. These scrolls were all rolled up together and tied together with purple threads. In front of him, the so-called rotten scholars that Xiaohua had just seen walked out of the crowd. They stood under these scrolls and scolded, Yu Linfeng, you are also a disciple of us Confucian cultivators. Your star-plucking tower is also a branch of us Confucian cultivators. How can you be so blinded by primeval stones? The so-called imperial artifacts, the so-called spiritual herbs, the so-called blood ink, you can just bid. Those are only used for cultivation, defense, and attack. But although the calligraphy and paintings of the great scholars of the early years contain an unparalleled noble spirit, they themselves represent the academic achievements of these great scholars. They are the crystallization of their lifetime's knowledge, and can't be compared to those earthly imperial artifacts and scrolls. You're bidding for the painstaking efforts of these great scholars in public. Isn't that a disgrace to culture? Isn't that a disgrace to your ancestors? Although Yu Linfeng's expression was somewhat awkward, he still carefully cupped his hands and said, "Seniors. Although these scrolls are the writings of great scholars, they're still scrolls. Our star-picking tower can't just keep these sacred objects in our tower, can we? We have to let these great scholars' knowledge be admired by the younger generation, right? Perhaps our star-picking tower's method is a bit wrong, a bit vulgar, and can't enter your eyes, but it's still our star-picking tower's way of commemorating and valuing these great scholars, right?" Bullshit. An old man with a bald head and a few strands of white hair under his chin raised his walking stick and swung it at Yu Linfeng in midair. He scolded, "I'll beat you to death, you unfilial junior." The calligraphy and paintings of great scholars are elegant objects that can only be admired in a quiet room. Once these elegant objects are here, they're stained with the stench of money. Inside, the noble spirit that all of you are drooling over is also somewhat inferior. Although these calligraphy and paintings have an incomparably pure noble spirit, these are the condensation of the great scholar's essence, qi, and spirit. They're not used for ordinary attacks. Another old man raised his trembling arm and said, "You little bastard, your words are even better than singing. Who doesn't know that you're using these calligraphy and paintings as scrolls? Using the essence, qi, and spirit of these great scholars to fight for you? When the essence, qi, and spirit of these calligraphy and paintings are gone, these calligraphy and paintings will become trash. What a wastrel. Ha ha ha." Upstairs, Xiaohua laughed, thinking, "Isn't this the rotten scholar that Xiao Yi mentioned just now, who's here to cause trouble? They treat the scrolls of those great scholars as their heirlooms and don't allow Zhai Xinglu to bid for them. But, is this possible?" "Sure enough," Yu Linfeng said loudly, "Seniors, if you feel that these calligraphy and paintings are the painstaking efforts of great scholars and can only be admired in a quiet room, then why don't you bid for these calligraphy and paintings? If they're in your hands, won't my Zhai Xinglu be more at ease? Your Zhai Xinglu is blinded by greed. Don't tell me the base price of these calligraphy and paintings are in supreme-grade primordial stones. How can a few poor old men like us afford to bid for them?" A few rotten scholars said angrily. Hearing this, Fu Jiwen also understood. He sighed and said, "What these seniors said is right. The ancient great scholars' handwriting is getting fewer and fewer. I don't know when these will all disappear. Calligraphy and paintings without essence, qi, and spirit, are simply dead objects. It's impossible to show the style of the great scholars of various sects." Xiaohua just stood there and spoke without pain. He waved his hand with a smile, "If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Without these ancient great scholars, aren't there still the great scholars of today? There are more and more great scholars in each generation. What's so great about that?" Haha, Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Xiao may not know, but the so-called great scholars are also called great scholars. They're not purely from cultivation. They're those who read books and poems, have noble moral character, and are knowledgeable scholars. Those who can be called great scholars, or great scholars, are those who opened a school of thought and have a place in the debate of the 100 schools of thought. How can it be so easy for the later generations to give birth to them? So that's how it is." Xiaohua's face unconsciously changed, and he was filled with respect. He already understood that this so-called great scholar was not a kind of realm as he thought, but a kind of honor, a kind of title. If he forced himself to compare with the people of the Dao sect, then the founder of the Imperial Thunder sect, Daoist Master Qianyun, was probably this kind of person. Then, the debate of the 100 schools of thought. Xiaohua just said half of this sentence, but he swallowed it back down. He didn't even seem to understand the 10 great imperial artifacts. Now he actually wanted to ask about the debate of the 100 schools of thought. He was afraid that if he let Fu Jiwen ask them one by one, he wouldn't be able to finish all of them tonight. Let's wait and slowly ask in the future. Xiaohua didn't ask anymore, but at the auction, those rotten scholars became even more aggressive. They practically jumped up and cursed Zhai Xinglu's evil deeds. From the calligraphy and paintings of the great scholars to the cultivation methods of the Confucian school, and even the imperial artifacts of the Confucian school, they all became Zhai Xinglu's crimes of forgetting their ancestors and betraying their ancestors. No matter how Yu Linfeng explained, he was not allowed to bid on these great scholars' calligraphy and paintings. Xiaohua was a bit bored and was just about to ask about the 10 great imperial artifacts when he suddenly became vigilant. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Xiao Yi, what's the matter?" Reporting to Senior, someone sent a visiting card and wants to come and pay a visit to Senior. Xiao Yi's voice came from outside. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, "Come in first." "Yes, Senior." As Xiao Yi spoke, she walked in with a golden visiting card. Just as she was about to respectfully hand it over, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't be anxious. This old man is just asking, is the owner of this visiting card an honored guest on the 3rd floor?" "Yes, Senior." Xiao Yi nodded and said, "Any honored guest on the 3rd floor of the Bright Moon Palace can pay a visit to each other if they don't want to hide their identity." Just now, this servant not only saw several attendants of the honored guest carrying visiting cards to other pavilions, but also saw 2 honored guests enter other rooms. "Who sent this visiting card? Do you know?" Xiaohua asked again. Xiao Yi shook her head. "This servant doesn't know." The one who sent the visiting card was also Xiao Yi, not that Senior's attendant. "And, since that's the case, this old man doesn't need to look at this visiting card." Xiaohua said with a flick of his sleeve, "Tell that Xiao Yi exactly what I said." Xiao Yi's expression changed slightly again, and she begged in a low voice, "Senior, you don't need to make things so stiff. Even if you don't want to see that person, you only need to say that you don't want to see him. There's no need to return the visiting card. This kind of face-slapping matter. Senior should consider it more carefully." Chapter 3279. So it's like this. Xiaohua had always believed in the advice of others. He thought for a moment and said, "Then put down the visiting card. You tell Xiao Yi that this old man has a guest here and it's not convenient for me to see him." Xiao Yi's face lit up with joy. She smiled sweetly at Xiaohua and placed the visiting card on the desk before hurrying out. Fu Jiwen really wanted to know who the guest was. However, this was clearly Xiaohua's private matter. Since Xiaohua didn't intend to open the golden visiting card, Fu Jiwen shifted his gaze away from the golden visiting card and looked at the auction. At this time, the auction was as lively as a marketplace. Although there were no peddlers, the several old men, whose veins were bulging, looked like old beggars who were pointing and gesticulating around a vegetable stall. Where was the elegance in them? Where was the etiquette? It was as if the beauty of their first love was suddenly exposed in front of everyone, and they were trying their best to hide it. However, as Xiaohua watched, he felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Yes, the people of the secular world often said that there were only 2 words in this world, either fame or fortune. Everything else was born for fame and fortune, and if these 2 words were combined into one, they would become one word, and that would be profit. All the people in the world came for profit, and all the people in the world went for profit. This was exactly the case. Similarly, in the eyes of cultivators, there were also 2 words, either merit or longevity. All other things were born for this, merit and longevity. This skill was naturally the cultivation level, the realm, and the strength. This longevity was also lifespan, and immortality that cultivators pursued. If these 2 words were combined into one, it would be longevity. The cultivators in the world had countless methods. Killing and robbing, deceiving each other, and being selfish, wasn't it all for strength? And with strength, wasn't collecting a lot of resources for one's own longevity? It could also be said that everything in the world came for longevity, and everything in the world went for longevity. On the other hand, these seemingly inflexible scholars, although they took advantage of their seniority and pointed fingers at others, what they stubbornly defended was also the thought in their hearts. This thought was the inheritance of Confucian cultivation, the essence of Confucian cultivation, the true meaning of Confucian cultivation. Perhaps Dao Shan, who doesn't have any cultivation, can be compared to them. Looking at these rotten scholars, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Dao Shan. When they had just arrived at the Seven Suns Temple tonight, Dao Shan's meticulous etiquette and clean and decent Daoist robes had left a deep impression on Xiaohua. This might be the last pride of these so-called rotten scholars, and also their last struggle. Xiaohua looked at the few old men who were panting and shouting hoarsely as he thought to himself, in the torrent of people who pursue profits, the so-called persistence can only be regarded as pedantic and can only be used as a support. In the eyes of others, the dignity that they try their best to maintain can only be regarded as the performance of actors, which can only make people laugh. Perhaps, such a Confucian cultivator is the hope of Taoism? Thinking of Xiao Yi's mockery of these rotten scholars, Xiaohua understood that the previous inheritance of Confucian cultivation had already declined, and the Daoist cultivation method that they had always ridiculed had gradually appeared. Even if it was only the beginning, it was clear that the essence of Taoism cultivation had already been implanted in the hearts of the new generation of Confucian cultivators. After another half a meal of cultivation, several white-haired rotten scholars collapsed on the ground. After all, they were already old, and their bodies could no longer support their rainbow-like ideals. Several Xiao Yis from the Bright Moon Palace leisurely walked over and offered hot tea and pastries. But, how could these old men use the pastries of the Bright Moon Palace? What was the difference between this and food that was given away? The old man's face was pale, and with a wave of his sleeve, all the pastries and hot water fell to the ground. He stepped on the pastries and slowly staggered away. Looking at these lonely figures, the entire Bright Moon Palace was deathly silent. Other people might not have thought as much as Xiaohua, but these old men's actions that pointed directly at their hearts caused them to naturally feel ashamed in their hearts, an indescribable sense of inferiority. Sigh. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Fu Jiwen, who was beside him, looked at these old men with an indescribable expression in his eyes. He sighed deeply, and his tone was obviously heavy. "Young Master Fu?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "Could it be, you have other thoughts about these rotten scholars?" "He, fellow Daoist Xiao also knows about rotten scholars?" Fu Jiwen smiled faintly. "This humble one not only has some thoughts, but this humble one has also been deeply harmed by them." "Deeply harmed by them?" Xiaohua was even more puzzled. "Can you tell me more about it?" "I'm really sorry, fellow Daoist Xiao, but this is this humble one's privacy, and it's not good to joke about it." Fu Jiwen shook his head. "However, although this humble one says that this humble one has been deeply harmed by them, the root of this harm is still love. It's just that this love is too heavy, too old-fashioned." Xiaohua looked thoughtfully at Fu Jiwen's complicated expression, then smiled and said, "As long as it's love, then it's fine. Whether it's old-fashioned or heavy, it's better than nothing. Moreover, this is love, the most selfless thing in the world." "Young Master Fu, treasure it well." "Yes, this humble one understands." Fu Jiwen nodded. "Deep love, deep responsibility, that's exactly how it is." At this point, Fu Jiwen didn't say anything else, and Xiaohua didn't ask any more questions. He stuck his head out and looked down. At this moment, he was very curious about these 4 scrolls. These were the handwriting of a great scholar who founded a sect. What would they look like? Fellow immortals. At this moment, Yu Linfeng smiled bitterly. "My Zhai Xing Lu actually understands these elders' painstaking efforts. These scrolls are indeed the handwriting of an ancient great scholar, and shouldn't be treated as ordinary scrolls to be auctioned. Of course, my Zhai Xing Lu has also taken out these scrolls separately as a sign of respect. Moreover, my Zhai Xing Lu has always been a place for auctions. Since my Zhai Xing Lu has obtained these scrolls, it means that these scrolls can be auctioned. Moreover, our Confucian cultivation is the grandest cultivation method in the world, and we can't stick to the rules. We can only innovate at every moment, and maintain a fresh flow of water. This is the only way to ensure our Confucian cultivation's solid position in the 3 continents. Forget it, this humble one won't say much. Either way, others will be criticized, and this humble one will silently guard my heart. This humble one is currently the host of this auction, so this auction will be a success. Yu Linfeng pointed at the scrolls in front of him again and smiled bitterly. Also, this humble one would like to say that the handwriting in these scrolls, although it's also left behind by a great Confucian cultivator, it's not the great Confucian you all mentioned just now. For example, the scroll on the left has the word law written by the great Confucian of the legalists, Senior Han Cheng. Fellow immortals, think about it, if it's really the handwriting of a great Confucian who founded a sect, then it's a treasure of calligraphy in the world. Not to mention that my Zhai Xing Lu can't afford it, even if we want to bid, we have to save it for last. Huh, fellow immortal you, don't hold back your resentment. A cultivator laughed. The old man's words make sense, and your Zhai Xing Lu's actions are also reasonable. There's no right or wrong in this world. Fellow immortal, why don't you open Senior Han's treasure of calligraphy and take a look? That's right, fellow immortal you, hurry up and open Senior Han's treasure of calligraphy. We can't wait any longer. Many people started shouting, and even more people looked eagerly at the other 3 scrolls. They really wanted to know who the great Confucian handwriting that Zhai Xing Lu had put up for bid belonged to. Everyone, please wait a moment. I still have to inform the officials of the Copper Pillar State. If the great Confucian handwriting is opened, it'll cause too much of a commotion. Yu Linfeng said, gesturing to a corner of the Bright Moon Palace. There, a woman in palace robes hurried over. Fellow Daoist Xiao, upstairs, Fu Jiwen explained to Xiao Hua, the legalists are a branch of Confucian cultivators. Because they believe in using law to rule the country, there's no need to be close or distant, there's no need to be high or low, there's no need to judge by law, they're called the legalists. The famous ancient figures Guanzhong and Zichan were the pioneers of the legalists. Li Kai, Shangyang, Shenbuhai, Shendao, and the others founded the legalists. In the end, Han Fei combined Shang Yang's law, Shendao's power, and Shenbuhai's technique to form the culmination of the legalists' ideology. Therefore, Han Fei can be considered the great scholar who founded the legalists. He received the honorific title of Z and is known as Han Fei's Z. Note, in the future esoteric debate, the 3rd place won't be listed solely for the ancestors. It's in accordance with history. However, everyone must remember that this is just a name. There's no need to take the rest seriously. Apart from Senior Han Fei, Z, the other representatives of the legalists are Li Si and Shang Yang. As for Senior Han Cheng, he's a descendant of Senior Han Fei, Z. As for which generation, I'm not too sure. Apart from the legalists, what other 99 schools are there? Xiao Hua finally couldn't help but ask. Fu Jiwen smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Daoist, you misunderstand. The esoteric debate is just a description of the numerous and complex schools of thought. There aren't really 100 schools of thought. To be honest, according to the historical records, there were many schools of thought that hadn't been founded. How could there be only 100? There were more than thousands. Confucianism is actually this prosperous? Xiao Hua was truly amazed. Apart from the legalists, the most famous schools are the Confucians, the Mahists, the militarists, the scholars, the Yinyang school, the school of vertical and horizontal, the school of miscellaneous, the school of farmer, the school of fiction, the school of martial arts, and other schools of thought. Fu Jiwen said simply. Even if it's just these simple and famous schools, I'm afraid fellow Daoist Xiao will be confused if I explain them one by one. Why don't you take a look at what scrolls the Bright Moon Palace is selling and I'll slowly explain them to fellow Daoist. Hee, that's great, Xiao Hua nodded. To be honest, when he heard the legalists say something like, don't be too close or distant, don't be too noble or lowly, cut off by law. Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. He was a genuine Daoist cultivator. Although he had some Confucian foundation, he didn't have the slightest understanding of any theories or poetry. How could he possibly understand? He might as well listen to the stories of the 10 great imperial artifacts. Chapter 3280. Yu Linfeng smiled and raised his hand. Han Cheng's scroll slowly flew to Yu Linfeng's eyes. Yu Linfeng carefully reached out and pinched the purple thread. With a gentle tug, the scroll slowly unfurled. Swoosh! A pure white light shot out from where the scroll was unfurled, as if opening a door under the sun. Buzz! Another sword hum followed the white light. Boom! The light was so dazzling that even someone as strong as Xiaohua couldn't help but squint. Before he could get used to the light, another muffled thunderous sound rushed out from the scroll like a torrential river, going against the heavens and rushing towards the top of the bright moon palace. See-la-la. With a sound that sounded like it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the defensive primary formation on top of the bright moon palace was instantly destroyed by the overwhelming gang chi contained within the white light. Not only did the countless sword cries within the bright moon palace resonate, but the overwhelming gang chi also pierced straight into the night sky like a giant sword. Bright Moon Square was a place that didn't sleep. It was brightly lit and people didn't sleep at all. Jianghu was an extremely mysterious place to them. Because those who could come to Bright Moon Square were all rich, but rich people might not be able to go to Jianghu. Even if some people who didn't know the details wanted to take a look at Jianghu, they didn't have any vitality stones or traces of cultivation. It was difficult for them to enter Jianghu. Now, this giant flying sword was like a heavenly soldier rushing into the night sky. Everyone within 10 miles could see it clearly. How could they not be shocked? Inevitably, everyone in the Bright Moon Lane escaped from the nephrite and the fine wine. They stretched their bodies to look at the flying sword in the night sky, gesticulating with their hands and feet. They were abnormally excited as they discussed incessantly. Such a grand occasion was even more beautiful than any fireworks. Although all eyes in Bright Moon Square were focused on Jianghu, although those who hadn't slept yet were also focused on Jianghu, the vast energy that represented righteousness and righteousness couldn't illuminate the night sky. Between the light and darkness, there were still some ghosts that wandered freely in the darkness, undisturbed by the sharpness of the flying sword. This is the sword chi of a sword cultivator. The moment Han Cheng opened the scroll, the brilliance was so brilliant that Xiaohua couldn't help but close his eyes. However, even so, the large law character still passed through Xiaohua's eyes and engraved itself into his mind. Every stroke of this law character was in the shape of a flying sword. The entire brilliance rushing into the night sky was also a soaring sword energy. Xiaohua, who was used to seeing sword chi in Dawn Rain Continent, couldn't help but groan. He completely understood in his heart, this sword cultivator is indeed a branch of Confucian cultivator. Moreover, it actually originated from Confucian cultivators' legalism. Alas, there are laws in the mortal world, with punishment as the guiding principle. There are laws in heaven and earth, with the sword as the guiding principle. Isn't the law of heaven and earth swept away by sword energy? Inside the Bright Moon Palace, the sounds of metal clanging could be heard. Some were the cries of swords, and some were the cries of weapons. Even some of the weaker cultivators had their true energy stirred. Whoosh! Yu Linfeng shook the scroll in his hand, and the scroll slowly closed up. The sword light that soared into the sky was absorbed into the scroll. Naturally, the sounds of metal clanging within the Bright Moon Palace gradually faded away, and the palace gradually returned to its previous calm. Good heavens, this is merely Senior Han Cheng's handwriting, but it already has such a powerful aura. The majestic aura contained in this handwriting can really shock heaven and earth. Even after fellow immortal you put away the scroll, this one still hasn't seen Senior Han's original handwriting. If someone were to hold this scroll, wouldn't it be comparable to an imperial weapon? A shocked voice couldn't help but speak. I just don't know. If it was Senior Han Fizi's original handwriting, what kind of aura would it have? Fellow immortal, what you said is also this one's thoughts. Yu Linfeng's eyes flashed with fervor as he looked at the scroll in front of him. Although this one hasn't seen that kind of heaven-shaking aura, this one heard from the seniors of Star-Plucking Tower that if it was Senior Han Fizi's handwriting, this brilliance should be able to penetrate the outer realms and reflect the power of the outer realm stars. No evil in the world can resist this power of starlight. In particular, if it was Senior Han Fizi's handwriting, what broke through just now wasn't my Bright Moon Palace's origin array, but all the restrictions within a radius of 100 li would no longer exist. Damn it. Others didn't say anything, but Xiao Hua jumped up first and scolded with a smile, how is that possible? This thing isn't a real spiritual treasure. Without anyone activating it, how can it have such power? Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua finished speaking, Fu Jiwen laughed and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, you're still lacking. What Yu Linfeng said. I'm afraid it's not enough to describe Senior Han Fizi's original handwriting at his peak. According to this one's ancestors, 100,000 years ago, when the demon realm invaded. What? Demon realm invaded? Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This was the first time he heard about the demon realm in the hidden immortal continent. Yes, it's really that time when the demon realm invaded. Fu Jiwen didn't understand Xiao Hua's surprise and nodded. That time, Senior Han Fizi's original handwriting revealed its might for the first time. When it was opened, it directly killed 100 demon generals. 100 demon generals. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. He already knew from Zhang Qingxiao that the strength of a demon general was comparable to the golden core and nascent soul stage of the Daoist sect. This Senior Han Fizi's handwriting was actually able to kill 100 nascent soul stage demon generals. Wasn't this too unimaginable? Bragging. Although Xiao Hua didn't refute, it was obvious that he was already secretly criticizing. It's exactly 100 demon generals. Fu Jiwen laughed, fellow Daoist, don't think this one is exaggerating. The righteous chi of us Confucian cultivators is the nemesis of the demon realm. Although their physical bodies are incomparably powerful, the demon flames and demon blood they cultivate have no resistance in front of the righteous chi of us Confucian cultivators. Especially when they invaded my hidden immortal continent, in front of the righteous chi that has been settled for hundreds of millions of years, it was like a drop of water falling into a sea of fire. How could it set off a big wave? Oh, this one understands. Xiao Hua nodded, there is righteous chi in heaven and earth. Since ancient times, it has been supporting the justice of the world. As long as there are people, there will be this kind of aura, everlasting. No, what fellow Daoist said is wrong. Fu Jiwen shook his head, there is righteous chi in heaven and earth. This righteous chi has existed since ancient times and does not vary from person to person. Where there are people, there is righteous chi. Where there are no people, there is also righteous chi. It can be said that everything has righteous chi. Even the demon realm also has righteous chi. And this righteous chi is the true chi cultivated by Confucian cultivators. It is not the spiritual chi of heaven and earth cultivated by the Dao sect. Boom. Fu Jiwen's words were like a stone rushing into Xiao Hua's ancient well that had remained motionless for 10,000 years. Xiao Hua instantly became like a clay statue. An indescribable fluctuation emitted from Xiao Hua's body. The stardust that was originally covering his image instantly turned into dust and floated around Xiao Hua. Of course, in just an instant, the starlight and silver light in Xiao Hua's eyes retracted. All the dust fell around Xiao Hua and turned back into stardust. A sudden realization came from Xiao Hua's mouth, so it's like this. This one was wrong. Yes, Xiao Hua was really wrong. His mistake was inconceivable. He had always been cultivating the righteous chi of Confucian cultivators, but what he refined was only the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. How could it be the righteous chi? No wonder he had been cultivating for 100 years and was still unable to condense his core. It turned out that the path he started on was wrong. And his success in refining essence into chi, most of it was because of the core that he passed on to others, right? Fellow Daoist Xiao. Fujiwen was somewhat puzzled. He hesitantly asked Xiaohua, "What's wrong?" "Hee, nothing." Since he found the root, Xiaohua immediately felt refreshed. He said with a smile, "This one always thought that the righteous qi was the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Who knew that it was actually so different?" "Oh, that's natural." Fujiwen understood and said with a smile, "This is the difference between the Dao sect and Confucian cultivators. Of course there are differences. However, sometimes, the righteous qi has the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, and the righteous qi within the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, it may not be possible to distinguish them clearly. Then, how can one distinguish the righteous qi?" Xiaohua asked tentatively, "Is it possible that there is a secret technique within the basic cultivation method of Confucian cultivators that is the same as the Dao sects?" "It's not the same." Fujiwen waved his hand and said, "The reason why Confucian cultivators are called Confucian cultivators is because they use the righteous qi as their foundation. They rely on Confucian to distinguish the righteous qi. Although everyone more or less has the righteous qi in their body, how can a common person understand the righteous qi? Only people like us who read and recite scriptures can read the righteous qi from the ancient characters. Only then can we use this righteous qi to trigger our own righteous qi. With our own righteous qi, only then can we draw in the righteous qi of heaven and earth." I've learned. Xiaohua nodded. He understood that the cultivation of Confucian cultivators was still the same. It seemed that the so-called secret technique was just an opportunistic trick of the Dao sect. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart jumped. He seemed to have a bad premonition. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Fujiwen, just now, did you see something?" "Fellow Daoist Xiao, what are you talking about?" Fujiwen was surprised by Xiaohua's question. He didn't know what was going on. Xiaohua saw Fujiwen's ignorance and unconsciously felt relieved. In the moment when he was absent-minded, Shui saw his death. Master Kuqin also saw his death. Xiaohua didn't want this Confucian cultivator in front of him to follow in their footsteps. "It's nothing." Xiaohua waved his hand and said with a smile. However, just as he waved his hand a few times, he was stunned again. "That's not right. If Confucian cultivators don't need the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, then what spirit stones do they use? If they don't use spirit stones, why do they still use spirit stones on the hidden immortal continent?" Xiaohua seemed to have suddenly woken up. He seemed to have suddenly become confused. He frowned and thought. Chapter 3281. Forget it, let's just ask. Xiaohua bitterly smiled, "Since I've already asked so many questions, I don't mind asking a few more idiotic questions." After Xiaohua finished speaking the doubts in his heart, it was Fujiwen's turn to be surprised. If it was some common knowledge from before, it could be said that Xiaohua was a cultivator from overseas and had not stepped on the continent for a long time, so he did not know much. However, this matter of origin stones was too inconceivable. Cough cough. Xiaohua smiled, "Young Master Fu, I've always been a lone cultivator and I've always been self-sufficient, so I really don't know about this, nothing. Fujiwen hurriedly waved his hand, "What you know is what you know, what you don't know is what you don't know. Fellow Daoist Xiao is indeed magnanimous, but I'm still lacking." Then, Fujiwen gave a simple explanation. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, this primordial stone also contained righteous qi. However, from what Fujiwen could see, the primordial stone was slightly inferior to the primordial qi used for Daoist cultivation. Of course, Confucian cultivators also had methods to absorb the noble spirit from the source stone. However, ordinary Confucian cultivators didn't use these methods. Confucian cultivators believed that the noble spirit was a living and lively world origin qi. Only the noble spirit that flowed between heaven and earth and was drawn from densely populated places was the best. Therefore, source stones were used to refine imperial equipment and arrange origin formations. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Connecting it to what he saw with his illusion breaker eyes, there were many types of world origin qi in this world. If Daoists picked one type, Confucian cultivators could naturally choose another type, and the world origin qi could also be condensed into a spirit stone. However, absorbing the noble spirit from heaven and earth is somewhat difficult. It's easy to absorb the noble spirit from the source stone. Nowadays, students are greedy and many students have secretly started to use source stones to cultivate. Fu Jiwen sighed and said, especially my Daoist sect spirit pills. It is said that after refining with a special method, it can also promote the cultivation of Confucian cultivators. Students who haven't broken through for a long time have also started to try. Now, the spirit grass and spirit fruits are a lot more expensive than before. Humans are insatiable and always seek opportunities for themselves. In the long run, what difference will there be between Confucianism and Taoism? In any case, this Xiao is a Daoist, so I won't worry about Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua shrugged. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door, there's no need to worry about others. Looking back at the auction, legalist Senior Han Chang's handwriting had already set off a frenzy of bidding. Even young Master Duanmu, who was opposite Xiao Hua, was repeatedly bidding. Clearly, this handwriting was his main objective for coming to Zhai Xing Lu this time. After more than 10 rounds of bidding, everyone finally stopped. No one else bid against young Master Duanmu. However, at this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Xiao Hua. He thought that Xiao Hua hadn't opened his mouth to bid from beginning to end. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed. He finally understood why young Master Duanmu sent the visiting card. That was to test him, to show him a kind of intention. That was, to not let Xiao Hua compete with him in order to reach the bottom line in his heart. Add 10 high-grade primordial stones. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Boom. Everyone immediately cheered loudly. This one will also add 10 high-grade primordial stones. Young Master Duanmu's tone was also indifferent. It didn't matter if Xiao Hua increased the price, the key was that he couldn't force him step by step. In the end, it was just as young Master Duanmu thought. Xiao Hua only increased the price once, conveying that he already knew the meaning, and didn't say anything else. This caused the cultivators who wanted to watch the show to feel sad. All right. Yu Linfeng had a smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, great scholar Han Cheng's handwriting flew into young Master Duanmu's pavilion. With another wave of his hand, the second scroll slowly landed in front of him. This is the second great scholar's handwriting today. Fellow immortals may not be familiar with this great scholar, but fellow immortals definitely know about Confucianism. This great scholar is the Yinyang school's old master Zhou Yuanhan. Along with Yu Linfeng's long voice, he stretched out his slender finger and pulled the purple silk thread. As the scroll fell, 2 bright and dark rays of light suddenly appeared. Although it was somewhat inferior to Han Cheng's sword qi, the light and dark rays had a solemn air of annihilation. At the same time, these 2 rays of light soared into the sky, higher than the previous sword qi, and formed the shape of a huge yin-yang fish in the night sky. As the brilliance of this yin-yang fish circulated in the night sky, thousands of evil spirits scattered in the night sky, causing the entire bright moon square to seem to tremble. Clear yang is the sky, turbid yin is the earth. Above the earth is the clouds, below the sky is the rain, rain comes from the earth, clouds come from the sky. Yin and yang are the Tao of heaven and earth, the outline of all things, the parents of change, the origin of life and death, and the abode of the gods. Fu Jiwen looked at the yin-yang fish in the sky through the broken origin array of the bright moon palace and sighed. Heaven and earth have yin and yang turn into 2 qis. Everything can be divided into 2 sides, yin and yang. This school of yin-yang advocates controlling the yin and yang of heaven and earth, using the 2 qis of yin and yang to kill all things. The great scholar who established the school of yin-yang was Zhou Yan. Later on, because he was called Zi, he was given the name Zhou Yanzi. This old master Zhou Yuanhan is most likely his descendant. AI, the esoteric debate is indeed formidable. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said. Even though our Taoism also has the saying that Tao begets one, and one is divided into yin and yang, but the profoundness of yin and yang is truly obscure. Without a certain level of cultivation, how can one understand it? This Xiao really did not expect that this Confucian cultivator actually has a school of yin-yang that specializes in studying yin and yang. Furthermore, this Xiao admires this senior Zhou Yanzi even more. How can he explain yin and yang so clearly? That's right, 100 years ago, when Xue Xue and Wu Hai's soul entered Xiaohua's space, he had already experienced the division of yin and yang. If one were to talk about comprehension, Xiaohua himself indeed has a lot. However, if one were to ask him to form a theory and explain it, it would be extremely difficult. Just like what the Daoists often say, Tao can be said, but it is not an ordinary Tao. Name can be named, but it is not an ordinary name. Just a few words can indeed extend a lot of comprehension, or can only be understood, but not explained. Actually, a strange expression appeared on Fu Jiwen's face. He hesitated for a bit, then smiled and said, this yin-yang school might have been extremely powerful in the past. It is said that Senior Zhou Yanzi obtained an innate spiritual object called the Yin-Yang Illustrated Handbook. From it, he comprehended the Tao of Yin and Yang and established his own school. However, as the Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang developed, the Yin-Yang Illustrated Handbook was lost for some unknown reason. The Yin-Yang school of Yin-Yang's research on Yin and Yang gradually deviated. Didn't fellow Daoist Yulin Fengjiu say it clearly just now? Everyone might not know about Zhou Yanzi, but almost everyone in the Yin-Yang school knows about him. That's because the current yin and yang, more or less falls into the intersection of yin and yang. Some crooked sects, such as the Yin-Yang Unity School, also pass down some of their secret techniques from the Yin-Yang school of yin-yang. At this point, Fu Jiwen did not say anything else. Xiaohua was also a person who had undergone dual cultivation. How could he not understand? Perhaps some dual cultivation secret technique, some fusion technique. These yin and yang mating techniques were the things that the yin-yang school of yin-yang was talking about, right? Decline. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This might be the current situation that those so-called rotten scholars don't want to see. Fu Jiwen smiled and said, time flies, clouds and flowers pass by like water. On this hidden immortal continent, not only are the dynasties of 10,000 countries replaced, even the 100 schools are also being washed away by great waves. Only schools and doctrines that can adapt to the changes of the times can truly be preserved. These are not things that can be done by humans. Back then, the Daoist sect was tyrannical for a period of time. It could almost contend with the Confucian cultivators, Buddhist sects, and even the demon race. However, what about the current Tao sect? After the ancient war, wasn't it also obliterated? If you want to revive the Daoist sect, is it something that can be done by a few generations? Let's not talk about this. When Fu Jiwen talked about the decline of the Daoist sect, he seemed to be afraid that Xiaohua would be displeased, so he changed the topic. Looking at the fierce bidding scene downstairs, he said, such a rare yin-yang school of yin-yang writing, doesn't fellow Daoist Xiao want to bid for one? Even if this thing's true qi is used up, it is still an authentic work handed down from generation to generation. Forget it, Xiaohua said with a smile. If it was some yin-yang illustrated handbook, if it was some harmony secret manual, this Xiao would still be interested. What kind of writing is this? This Xiao doesn't understand. Pfft, Fu Jiwen laughed. Fellow Daoist Xiao is really a straightforward person. If it was an ordinary Confucian scholar, they would definitely not say these words. You dare to do it while hiding in your room, but don't dare to say it when you come out? Xiaohua snorted disdainfully. If you want to say it, you have to use alternative words. For example, the joy of the boudoir is even greater than the one who draws the eyebrows. Fellow Daoist Xiao's straightforwardness is a disgrace to the refined. Damn it, to turn a good yin-yang into a marriage, isn't this a disgrace to the refined? Xiaohua really couldn't see through the act of covering one's ears while stealing a bell. Especially using words to replace imagination, it was really annoying. While the two were talking, that Zhou Yuanhan's old man Zhou's calligraphy was also bought by a certain senior on the third floor. Xiaohua also clearly saw that young Master Duanmu also seemed to slightly raise the price and immediately gave up. Clearly, he also had a tacit understanding with the others. Xiaohua could know, and Yu Linfeng even more so. However, this was a kind of mutual compromise. The price of the calligraphy was something that both sides could bear. Who would care about the movements behind the scenes? Yu Linfeng sent that scroll to the third floor's balcony and began to bluff the third scroll. Fellow immortals, the writing on this third scroll is also very famous. Moreover, this school created a Confucian cultivation method that is widely spread in my hidden immortal continent. As he said that, Yu Linfeng opened this scroll again. Hua, like a burst of water, 10,000 rays of brilliance poured out from the scroll. Like the Milky Way pouring out, it directly rushed into the night sky. It was incomparably gorgeous. Noble Spirit River. Dozens of young voices shouted in unison, "This is the school of vertical and horizontal Confucian cultivators." Ha! Yu Linfeng laughed loudly and said, "Correct, correct. The river character on this scroll is the authentic work of the school of vertical and horizontal Confucian Lu Wensheng. Chapter 3282. Upstairs, Fujiwen pointed at the righteous spirit that flashed like the Milky Way and said, "The school of vertical and horizontal is a very famous school in the esoteric debate. The school of vertical and horizontal is 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 the school of vertical and horizontal. This is the so-called vertical and horizontal. The school of vertical and horizontal was created by the two seniors Zhang Yi and Su Qin. Senior Su Qin advocated the vertical and Senior Zhang Yi advocated the horizontal. It was in the vertical and horizontal that the two seniors comprehended the true essence of water flow and created the cultivation method of the righteous spirit Long River. Using this as a basis, they were honored as Su Qin Zi and Zhang Yi Zi respectively, leaving their names in history. Moreover, this righteous spirit Long River is very easy to obtain. It is the simplest among the many cultivation methods of the Confucian cultivators. Therefore, once this cultivation method was spread out, it was immediately passed down. In the ancient times, the number of disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal were as many as the hairs on an ox. The Confucian cultivators who answered in unison just now were most likely disciples who cultivated the righteous spirit Long River. Of course, now that this cultivation method has been spread out, they may not necessarily be disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal. As Fujiwen spoke, many cultivators began to bid again. This time, the liveliness was even greater than before. This was because great scholar Lu Cheng's handwriting not only had the same righteous spirit Long River as the previous handwriting, but also the true essence of the righteous spirit Long River could be found in this handwriting. This was the so-called killing two birds with one stone. All the Confucian cultivators who cultivated the righteous spirit Long River naturally rushed like ducks. After seeing the righteous spirit Long River of legalism, school of Yin Yang, and school of vertical and horizontal, Xiaohua was looking forward to the handwriting in the last scroll. He simply didn't ask about the 10 great imperial artifacts that Fujiwen hadn't explained yet. He smiled and stuck his head out, looking at the sounds of bidding below with interest. Fujiwen saw that Xiaohua's attention wasn't here and didn't say much. He looked at Xiaohua's star-like figure with some confusion. He really didn't understand why Xiaohua asked him so much common sense. That's right, common sense. As a cultivator of the hidden immortal continent, whether they cultivated Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, or even Daoist cultivation methods, as long as they grew up here, they should know this common sense. Although Xiaohua was a Dao sect cultivator and didn't understand the cultivation of Confucian cultivators, the 100 Schools debate was an ancient story. The 10 great imperial artifacts were stories that ordinary people grew up listening to. How could Xiaohua not know? Even if he was an overseas rogue cultivator, he still had to grow up, right? Fujiwen did not believe that a cultivator who grew up in the hidden immortal continent would not know about the 10 great imperial equipment. Perhaps fellow Daoist Xiao came from the Thousand Demons sacred realm or the Pure Land world. This was Fu Jiwen's final guess, but this guess was immediately doubted by himself. Essence stones, who in the 3 continents didn't know about them? Maybe he came from the Pure Land. That place doesn't need vitality stones. When the dust settled, to everyone's surprise, the authentic work of the School of Vertical and Horizontal's great scholar, Lu Wensheng, was not bought by the cultivators on the balcony. The final bidder was an unknown cultivator on the ground floor. Hee, looks like I'm not the only one who's keeping a low profile. Xiao Hua laughed. Fu Jiwen frowned and said, that might not be the case. In my opinion, I'm afraid several small aristocratic families or several sects gathered together to bid. Who cares who he is? It has nothing to do with me. I've never cultivated the noble spirit river, and I don't know anything about authentic works. Xiao Hua stretched. Moreover, this star-picking towers auction, TSK, it's really boring. There's nothing that I want. Fu Jiwen laughed and said, right now, the auction is for Confucian cultivators. Dao sex items are very rare. What about the especially precious items? Perhaps at the end, fellow Daoist Xiao, please don't be impatient. I know. Xiao Hua nodded and pointed outside the window, saying, what I want to know now is, who is the owner of the last scroll? Which school is it from? The most famous of the 100 schools of Confucian cultivators are Confucian, Mahist, Legalist, Military, School of Famous, Yinyang, School of Vertical and Horizontal, School of Miscellaneous, School of Farmer, School of Novels, and School of Vertical and Horizontal. Just now, 3 great Confucian scrolls appeared, School of Legalism, School of Yinyang, and School of Vertical and Horizontal. As for the 4th school, it's hard to guess. Fu Jiwen's curiosity was also great. He pinched his chin and looked at Yu Linfeng holding the 4th scroll in his hand. Yu Linfeng's face carried a trace of mystery. His hand was placed on the purple silk rope, but he didn't release it. Instead, he raised his head and looked around, saying with a smile, this last scroll, I don't know if it's out of everyone's expectations. Before Yu Linfeng finished speaking, his finger shook. Boom. A violent vibration sounded, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. A 5-colored brilliance mixed with an indescribable noble spirit rushed out from the scroll. Ah! Xiao Hua was used to seeing the brilliance of Daoist cultivators' treasures. This 5-colored brilliance didn't count as anything magical. But Fu Jiwen actually jumped up from his chair in shock, shouting in shock, this is Confucian's 5 cheese unifications? Sure enough, that 5-colored noble spirit rushed into the night sky and actually formed an auspicious cloud several meters in size, illuminating half a mu of the sky. That 5-colored brilliance was different from when it rushed out just now. This time, it was extremely gentle, even more silky than a lover's gaze. And above this auspicious cloud, endless starlight faintly sprinkled down, enveloping the auspicious cloud. It really is Confucian's 5 cheese unifications. Fu Jiwen raised his head and said excitedly, Zhai Xing Lu is indeed amazing, to actually be able to find the authentic writings of Confucian great Confucians. Nowadays, on the hidden immortal continent, the authentic writings of Confucian great Confucians have long been extinct. That's right, that's right. At this time, Xiao Hua suddenly shouted in hindsight, young Master Fu, you just said that there must be Confucian writings among the century-old theories. Is Confucian the same as Confucian cultivators? Hee, of course they're not the same. The excitement on Fu Jiwen's face hadn't disappeared, and he answered with a smile, Confucian cultivators are naturally a kind of cultivation method, just like what I just explained to fellow Daoist, using the noble spirit of heaven and earth as the foundation. And Confucian is a school of Confucian cultivators. It's just that the influence and scale of this school is far greater than the sum of the other schools, so this cultivation method is also called Confucian cultivators. It's not what fellow Daoist thinks, that Confucian cultivators are Confucian cultivators. At this point, Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly again, smacking his lips and saying, although that's the case, in reality, Confucian cultivators account for 90% of Confucian cultivators. Saying that Confucian cultivators are Confucian cultivators is not impossible. Who was the great scholar who founded Confucian? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and he asked with extreme curiosity. Speaking of Confucian cultivators, Fu Jiwen was also in high spirits, and he spoke frankly with assurance. Confucian cultivators are one of the most important schools of thought in the 100 schools of thought. Confucian cultivators use the 6 arts as their method: advocate, etiquette, music, benevolence, and righteousness. They advocate loyalty and forgiveness, and they advocate the golden mean. They advocate rule of virtue and benevolence. Confucian cultivators emphasize the function of education, and they believe that heavy education and light punishment is the only way for a country to be stable, and the people to be rich and happy. They advocate education without discrimination, and they should educate both the ruler and the ruled, so that the whole country from top to bottom becomes a person of high moral character. The founder of Confucian was surnamed Kong, and his name was Chiu. His courtesy name was Zhong and I. He was from Yu Province's Lu country, and after he founded the Confucian school, he was revered as Confucius. Today, he is respectfully called Eternal Paragon by the later generations of Hidden Immortal Continent. The core of his theory is benevolence. He advocates love, and demands that people should love each other and get along harmoniously. To realize benevolence, one must be tolerant of others, and do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. And the system or code of conduct that embodies benevolence is restrain oneself and return to etiquette. Confucius's works include poem, book, etiquette, music, and so on. These 5 books are the most famous, and they are often called the 5 classics by Hidden Immortal Continent. Other than Confucius, there are 2 other important figures in Confucian. One is Meng Ku, whose courtesy name is Ziyu. Senior Meng Ku advocates benevolence, and further proposes that the people are the most important, the state comes second, and the ruler is the least important. His ethics is good by nature. The other is Sun Kuang, and people at that time called him Sun Qing. He advocates benevolence and righteousness, and the way of the king, and using virtue to convince people. He also proposed that the ruler is the boat, and the commoners are the water. The water carries the boat, and it also capsizes the boat. These 2 were also respectfully called Zi by later generations, Meng Zi and Sun Zi. The 4 books that Hidden Immortal Continent often refers to, De Shui, the Golden Mean, the Analects, and Meng Zi, were written by these 3 great scholars. Although the cultivation method of Confucian cultivators was passed down from ancient times, it doesn't matter what it was called in the beginning. After Confucian cultivators appeared, this cultivation method became Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua understood and sighed. The influence of Confucian cultivators on Hidden Immortal Continent is so deep. These opinions and propositions, although they are not cultivation, they are enough to have an impact on cultivation. This 5 Qis unifications should be the manifestation of the noble Qi in the chest of Confucian cultivators being condensed to the extreme, right? Fu Jiwen nodded and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao is right. Confucian cultivators emphasize on entering the world, which is different from Daoist cultivators. Therefore, all Confucian cultivators have their own opinions and opinions to govern the country and educate the people. This is related to cultivation, but also has nothing to do with it. This 5 Qis unifications is the purpose of Confucian cultivators. As long as one cultivates to the realm of 5 Qis unifications, one's physical body can become a saint, and one can ascend." Hiss. Hearing this, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air, as if he had thought of an inconceivable question. He almost blurted out, "Then, the place where Confucian cultivators ascend, is the immortal world? Is this immortal world the same as the immortal world of Daoists?" Ha ha ha. Fu Jiwen laughed heartily. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, if you want me to answer this question, I'm afraid you have to wait for me to cultivate to the realm of 5 Qis unifications, ascend to the immortal world, and then return from the immortal world, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua touched his nose and helplessly said, "This is indeed true." At this time, at the auction, the people who were as shocked as Fu Jiwen were also boiling with excitement. The people who were familiar with each other were not only whispering, but even the people who didn't know each other were also saying something loudly. If they weren't showing off their talent, then they were showing off their knowledge. Chapter 3283. Fellow immortals, you can see it clearly. Yu Linfeng loudly said, "This is the word Confucian written by the Confucian school's senior Kong Liwen." When he wrote this scroll, he had already stepped into the realm of literary star. Therefore, the auspicious clouds of the 5 Qis unifications can also attract the starlight from the sky to destroy evil and exorcise demons. If this book was written by Confucius, the sage Kong Liwen, it would definitely be a clear cloud with a righteous aura. Not to mention the starlight, even if one's eyesight was slightly poor, they might not be able to see it. Fu Jiwen sighed, "Unfortunately, this one has only heard of it. This is the first time I've seen the handwriting of a great Confucian scholar." "Oh, why is that?" Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. The Confucian school emphasizes the path of the golden mean. The golden mean is impartial and without fault. The common principle is the natural order of the heavens, the pinnacle of subtlety. Confucius's righteous aura must be quiet and without a trace, without the smoke and fire of the mortal world. This one understands. Xiao Hua nodded. Although he didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence, within the Dao sect's magical techniques, the brilliant ones didn't necessarily have great power. It was precisely those magical techniques that contained terrifying power that were extremely restrained and wouldn't waste unnecessary spiritual qi. Seeing Yu Linfeng put away the scroll, the soaring righteous aura disappeared. Xiao Hua heard the bidding sounds downstairs and his heart itched. He secretly pondered whether he should also get one to play with. Actually, this path of the golden mean originated from Confucius, but it flourished with Zhu Shi, old man Zhu. Fu Jiwen sorted out his mood, slowly sat down, and said casually, "What? Zhu Shi? Old man Zhu?" Xiao Hua heard this and was suddenly shocked. Is it the Confucian Zhu family? Oh. Fellow Xiao actually knows about the Zhu family? Fu Jiwen was greatly surprised. Xiao Hua laughed, "Hee, this one can't possibly not know anything. I've heard of this Zhu family. I wonder how they are now. How are they now?" A strange expression appeared on Fu Jiwen's face again. He looked out of the window and said, "The Zhu clan has been passed down since ancient times and has lived in Wuyuan County of Shuzhou. Back then, Zhu Shi, old master Zhu's name shook the hidden immortal continent. He was known as another great master after Confucius who could be respected as Z. However, after the war between Confucianism and Buddhism, for some unknown reason, the once prosperous Zhu clan actually declined. In the end, it actually disappeared without a trace. Now, there are many surnames of Zhu on the hidden immortal continent, but I have never heard of anyone who is the true descendant of the Zhu clan." Xiao Hua inwardly nodded his head. He already understood that the Zhu family had likely been annihilated by the Dao sect. Their descendants should have been cursed by the Dao sect experts, causing them to slowly decline. It's a pity that the Zhu family has been annihilated, and so has the Zhu family's academic legacy. Fu Jiwen's face was filled with regret. Even now, there are still many students who frequently travel to Shuzhou's Wuyuan County to study, hoping to discover the heritage of the Zhu clan. That inheritance is second only to Confucius's knowledge. If you can get it, it will definitely be an amazing achievement. Hee, obtaining and achieving are two different things. Xiao Hua laughed. Fellow Daoist Xiao is right. But since you can get it, you might be able to break through the Zhu clan's academic legacy and become a great scholar. Fu Jiwen also nodded his head. Who wouldn't like this kind of temptation? It's still fame and fortune. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. While they were talking, the bidding for the authentic work of Senior Kong Liwen had finally reached the climax. Young Master Duanmu, who was opposite Xiao Hua, seemed to be competing with another VIP on the 3rd floor to raise the price, directly raising the price to a terrifying level. Unfortunately, in the end, young Master Duanmu actually had no choice but to give up when the other party only increased the price by one top-grade primeval stone. This made Xiaohua sigh endlessly. Perhaps the 3 top-grade primeval stones that Xiaohua used to obstruct him were the last few straws that broke the camel's back. The bidding for the authentic work of great scholar came to an end. The next bidding was still for the items of hidden immortal continent. However, these things were mostly refining techniques of imperial tools, only some great refiners had use for them. Not only were there few people bidding, even Xiaohua was too lazy to listen. He could be considered to be proficient in the refining techniques of Dao sect and soul cultivators. He also knew a lot of refining techniques of the devil world. Imperial tools, in essence, most of them were derived from Dao sect's tools. Xiaohua could refine spirit tools, why would he be greedy for the refining techniques of imperial tools? Young Master Fu. Xiaohua raised his hand and took out some spirit fruits from the space. He handed them to Fu Jiwen and said, "Try these spirit fruits, and then continue to analyze the remaining 10 great imperial tools with this Xiao." Okay. Fu Jiwen clapped his hands and took the spirit fruit. He gently took a bite, tasted it, and said, "Can I bring some back?" "Of course you can." Xiaohua nodded his head. However, these spirit fruits are full of heaven and earth primeval qi, people without cultivation are not suitable to eat. This one understands. Fu Jiwen carefully received some and replied, "My wife likes these things, but this one is incompetent and can hardly satisfy her request." "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaohua understood and said enviously, "It's rare for your wife to be so loving, so this Xiao won't help you?" Then, with a wave of Xiaohua's hand, a large pile of spirit fruits appeared on the table as if they didn't cost primeval stones. This is too much. Fu Jiwen was shocked and hurriedly refused. "It's okay, it's just some snacks." "Young Master Fu, take it and eat." Xiaohua casually waved his hand. "This Xiao has troubled you for so long, I'm sorry." "All right." Fu Jiwen was really moved in his heart and happily put all the spirit fruits into his small universe bag. Then, he took out a bright red fruit and said while eating, "Ranked above the mysterious demon chess are the Tranquil flute and the heavenly sound zither." The reason why these 2 imperial equipment are placed together is because these 2 imperial equipment were used by the people of the Immortal Palace before the Golden Boy and Jade Girl were conferred into the Immortal Palace. Just now, didn't this one tell fellow Xiao that this music is one of the 5 classics of the Confucian school, and the art of music is also one of the compulsory lessons for students? The Tranquil flute and the heavenly sound zither are imperial equipment that mainly use sound attacks. Of course, if we were to simply talk about the power of these 2 imperial equipment, I personally believe that they cannot be compared to the demon and god chess. Perhaps it is because everyone thinks that these 2 imperial equipment are elegant, so they place them on the demon and god chess. Speaking of the Tranquil flute and the heavenly sound zither, naturally there is a story that everyone knows. Fu Jiwen said again, "In the early years, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl didn't know each other, and they were also enemies. When the 2 were young, they met in the same academy. It wasn't love at first sight, but after a long time, the 2 gradually developed feelings for each other. However, when the 2 were ready to reveal their relationship, they were discovered by their families. The 2 finally understood that their lovers were enemies, and under the opposition of the 2 families, the 2 couldn't get married. Therefore, the 2 had no choice but to stop their studies and fly away. However, since the seed of love was planted, it was inevitable that it would sprout. When the seed grew into a big tree, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl couldn't help but inquire about the other party's situation. When the 2 found out that the other party had rejected countless marriage proposals, and even Jade Girl didn't hesitate to fight with her life, the 2's hearts suddenly softened. Just when the 2 were about to get in touch, the war between the 2 families broke out. The 2 families fought in a dangerous situation and killed each other. Many of their elders died, and even if the 2 were in love with each other, they were forced to act against each other's families. At the end of the bloody battle, the 2 finally met, but the 2 couldn't bear to kill each other. At the crucial moment, the 2 stepped into the trap set by the 2 families in advance, and prepared to go to the Yellow Springs together. This trap was set up by taking advantage of the danger of foreign objects. After the two fell into the dangerous situation, everyone thought that the two would die without a doubt. But after they fought a bloody battle for a night, they saw the inside of the dangerous situation shine brightly, and then a wonderful music like the sound of nature came out from inside. That music was like rain, and erased the blood in everyone's heart. That music was like the sound of heaven, and all the dead souls were transcended. In this music, everyone was remorseful, and everyone was reflecting. When the music was over, the two families didn't want to kill each other anymore. They shook hands and made peace, and vowed to be good for their families. When the two families made the vow, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl each took the Tranquil Heart Flute and Heavenly Melody Zither and flew out of the dangerous situation. The two were in love, and their love was stronger than gold. In the case of dying for love, the heavens were moved, and they actually obtained two imperial equipment in this dangerous situation. It was also these two who relied on these imperial equipment to change the blood feud between the two families. When the two cultivated to the 5 Qi unification realm, they received the conferring document from the Immortal Palace, and entered the Immortal Palace to serve. Made up. Hearing Fu Jiwen's words, Xiaohua unrestrainedly asserted, not only is this story cliché, it's also full of flaws. Not to mention that when the two met in the academy, they didn't inquire about each other's background, and not to mention that the two were able to walk together in the battle between the two families, and went into the dangerous situation together. Just this imperial equipment, it's impossible to control it right away. The final ending is even more bullshit. I'm afraid that the old woman gave the name of the Immortal Palace to her young granddaughter to make them happy, right? Fu Jiwen shrugged, and said with a smile, maybe. But this story has been circulating in the hidden immortal continent for many years, and no one doubted it. Also, the Tranquil Heart Flute and Heavenly Melody Zither, these two imperial equipment are indeed from the Immortal Palace. It's said that when the Immortal Palace sent soldiers to capture the demons who didn't submit to the Immortal Palace, someone personally saw the power of these two imperial equipment. That's what the Immortal Palace used to trick people, to make people admire the Immortal Palace. Xiaohua pointed with his hand, and said downstairs, just like this Yulin Feng, saying so much, isn't it just to make people pay more origin stones? Ha ha ha, Fu Jiwen laughed, because downstairs, Fu Jiwen was bidding for a phoenix tail zither, and was exaggerating. Chapter 3284. By the way, what do you mean by Immortal Palace capturing unruly demons? Xiaohua asked in confusion, does Immortal Palace still care about Hidden Immortal Continent? Hidden Immortal Continent has tens of thousands of countries and hundreds of millions of people. Fu Jiwen explained, these ordinary governance rights are all in the hands of the kings of the 10,000 countries. Immortal Palace naturally won't intervene. Even if the country's power changes, Immortal Palace still won't care. Even if a power different from Confucian cultivators appears, Immortal Palace may not intervene. But if these powers openly compete with Immortal Palace, openly oppose Confucian cultivators, and openly slaughter Confucian cultivators, then Immortal Palace will definitely kill them. According to what I know, 800 years ago, in the Yong province, there was a powerful bull demon who wanted to establish his own empire. Moreover, he treated the common people of the Yong province as his food. This angered the Immortal Palace, and they sent troops to kill that bull demon. Oh, isn't bull demon a demon of Thousand Demons' sacred realm? Can Immortal Palace just kill it? Xiaohua asked in surprise. The real demons of Thousand Demons' sacred realm have never disdained to come to Hidden Immortal Continent and Western Paradise. The demons that can appear in Hidden Immortal Continent are not the orthodox demons of Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Moreover, Thousand Demons' sacred realm's great sage palace has also publicly announced that any demon that enters Hidden Immortal Continent and Western Paradise will be killed without mercy. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, so Immortal Palace also didn't show mercy to this bull demon. So that's how it is. Xiaohua understood. When he was about to ask what the number 1 ranked imperial equipment was, Yu Linfeng pressed his hand down. The hidden immortal continent's light ball that was just flickering with brilliance immediately dimmed, and the light ball next to it started to glow. Fellow immortals, all the rare items of hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators have been sold. Now, I will take out some rare items from Western Paradise, please bid. As Yu Linfeng's voice fell, dang, dang, dang. The sound of the wooden fish rang out from the ball of light, and the complete Sanskrit chants rang out at the same time. Amitba. The old monks who were sitting steadily had no choice but to put their palms together and stand up to shout. Namo Amitba. A Buddhist chant resounded throughout the entire place. The ball of light suddenly expanded and turned into a barefooted Buddha that was several feet tall. He stood in the air, and the swastika character between his brows and the benevolence in his slightly opened eyes instantly attracted everyone's attention. Swoosh. The barefoot Buddha waved his hand, and it came crashing down like a mountain. Dang, 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 dang. A series of hurried sounds of the wooden fish rang out again, and then there was a deathly silence. Whether it was the wooden fish or the Sanskrit chanting, both had disappeared. As the Buddha's huge hand pressed down, the entire Buddha flickered with golden light, and in a breath's time, it turned into fireflies. The fireflies danced in the air for a moment, and then condensed into the outline of the Nirvana world. Just like before, there were more than 10 slightly larger balls of light. These balls of light were different from the ones in the hidden immortal continent. There were no other colors, only pure Buddhist light. Namo Amitba. Several old monks chanted in unison. As I heard, for a time, Bagafan lived at the top of the Eagle Peak in the royal residence city, along with a group of 1,250 people. They were all arhats, and they were all exhausted, no more worries, truly free. Their hearts were good, and their wisdom was good, like a wise horse or a great dragon. What they had done, they had abandoned all burdens, they had grasped their own benefits, and they were all tied up. They knew that they were free, and their hearts were free. Apart from Ananda, they lived alone and learned to obtain the fruit of pre-flow. Mahakasyapa was the highest. Several old monks were solemn as they chanted Buddhist scriptures. The entire auction house was silent for a moment, and then there was a lot of noise. Clearly, these Confucian cultivators were not very interested in Buddhism. Yu Linfeng had an apologetic smile on his face. He raised his hand and saluted to his left and right. My hidden immortal continent is a land of etiquette. Since there are treasures of Buddhism here, we naturally have to respect them. We will wait for a moment, and it won't be too late to bid after these masters finish chanting. Yu Linfeng, hurry up. It's already late. I still have to go back and meditate with my beautiful concubine. Who's here to listen to their nonsense for no reason? Who would have thought that just as Yu Linfeng's voice fell, an irritable voice rang out. Not only was it blaming Yu Linfeng, it was also ridiculing Buddhism's old monks. Yu Linfeng saw that everyone was unhappy and bitterly smiled. Since it's like this, then I will start bidding. With that, Yu Linfeng grabbed with his hand, and a Buddhist light flew out from the outline of the Pure Land and landed in front of Yu Linfeng. When the Buddhist light faded away, it was a monk's staff. That monk's staff had 6 dragons coiled around it, and each dragon head was extremely ferocious. Where was the benevolent appearance of Buddhism? This is one of the 18 treasures of the Pure Land. It is said to be the personal item of the famous Buddhist monk, Miao Chen. These 6 dragons are the protectors of Buddhism. This monk's staff has the power of 6 dragons after using Buddhism's secret technique. And with this 6-dragon monk's staff, one can also ride the wind. Yu Linfeng gave a brief introduction, then continued, I'm afraid that only Buddhism's experts can clearly see the mysteries of this monk's staff. I'm not fated with Buddhism, so I can't explain it clearly. The starting price of this monk's staff is 10 upper-grade vitality stones, and each increment is 1 upper-grade vitality stone. I invite the fated person to make a bid. Just as Yu Linfeng finished speaking, someone immediately raised their hand to bid, out of Xiao Hua's expectations. Strange. Xiao Hua laughed. Weren't there a lot of people making a racket just now? Why didn't they wait for these monks to finish reciting the scriptures before making a move? Could it be that they're trying to sell dog meat under false pretenses? Fu Jiwen looked around and hesitated. He whispered, I'm not sure about this situation. I remember that when I came down last time, there were very few people bidding for these Buddhist artifacts. Most of them weren't sold. Perhaps these people were planted by Zhai Xinglu? Xiao Hua frowned. They want the old monks of Buddhism to pay more vitality stones? Not necessarily. Fu Jiwen shook his head. These old monks of Buddhism don't care about ordinary Buddhist artifacts. They're eager to throw the Buddhist artifacts, scriptures, and Buddhas from Nirvana to hidden immortal continent. What they care about are the relics of the eminent monks. Although those relics contain the psyche power of the eminent monks, most of it is the karma of the eminent monks. These karma are extremely difficult to control and can only be transcended using Buddhism. If it's obtained by someone with ill intentions, it may have an adverse effect on Buddhism. Moreover, relics are also the bodies of the eminent monks. Buddhism won't let them wander outside and want to bring them back to Nirvana to be buried. Xiao Hua nodded. If that's the case, these bidders should have the cultivation of Buddhism. I'm afraid that's the case. Seeing the auction gradually becoming lively, Fu Jiwen sighed. Buddhism's invasion of Confucian cultivators is very serious. Bronze Pillar country strictly forbids Daoist and Buddhist temples, but it can't stop Confucian cultivators from practicing Buddhism's cultivation methods. Many Confucian cultivators who can't make any progress in Confucian cultivation may turn their eyes to Daoist and Buddhist sects, wanting to use them to advance their cultivation. And Buddhism's cultivation methods and heart sutras have always been given away casually. Confucian cultivators with cultivation experience can easily enter the sect. In the long run, hidden immortal continent's Confucian cultivators will no longer be Confucian. Young Master Fu. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Don't ask others to worry. Don't you also have the cultivation of Daoist? Fu Jiwen hesitated slightly and shook his head slightly. My situation is different from theirs and also different from fellow Xiao. All right. Xiao Hua didn't pursue the matter. After all, this matter already involved Fu Jiwen's secret. But at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something. Oh right, young Master Fu, didn't you say that there would be flying imperial devices from hidden immortal continent? Why aren't there any? The last time I came, I saw Bright Moon Palace bid for quite a few flying imperial devices. This time, I'm afraid there aren't any left. Fu Jiwen said hesitantly. Or perhaps, when the last few imperial devices are up for auction, we'll bid again? Forget it, let's wait and see. Xiao Hua nodded and looked at the auction. After the 6-dragon staff, there were some other Buddhist artifacts, or prayer beads, or alms bowls, or incense burners. There was even a water bottle with a willow stuck on it. Seeing the aqua vase appear, Xiao Hua almost jumped up. When walking, the Li Bo vibrates to alert people of insects on the road, or when begging to attract people's attention. Incense burner, which is an instrument used to burn incense and invite Buddhas. Li Bo, which is also known as a water filter, a cloth used to filter insects in water. Li Bo, which is a cloth used to wipe hands, including face wipes, body wipes, and feet wipes. Knife, which is used to cut clothes, shave hair, and cut claws. Li Bo, which is a flintlock used to strike a fire. Li Bo, which is a tool used to pluck out nose hairs or thorns. Li Bo, which is a bed made of rope, which is convenient for sitting in meditation. Chapter 3285. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. I thought the 18 objects were some profound things, but it turns out, it's just like this. However, the Buddhist artifacts of the Buddhist sect need to be supported by the Buddhist Dharma. They need to be constantly nourished by their psyche power, so most of the Buddhist artifacts come from these 18 objects. Fu Jiwen pointed out the strangeness, because these 18 objects don't leave the monk's side every day. Forget it, thinking about the kasaya on top of his Buddha Saraira, the 9-dragon staff, and even the clear water bottle, all of which were things that the old monk never left his body for who knows how many years ago. Xiaohua felt a bit sick of them. However, since they were all worn by the Buddha Saraira, Xiaohua didn't think of throwing them away. The fun is here, the fun is here. Just when Xiaohua was feeling disgusted by the Buddhist artifacts and was somewhat distracted, Fu Jiwen suddenly stood up from the chair and walked to the window with a smile. Oh. Xiaohua was also curious. He looked outside and saw that there were dozens of jade boxes lined up in front of Yulinfeng. Each jade box was wide open, and inside were sarairas as big as chicken eggs and as small as soybeans. These sarairas were of different quality. Some emitted pure Buddhist light while others emitted multicolored light. Not only Xiaohua, who had already condensed a 4th-stage lotus platform, could tell at a glance, but even a Confucian scholar who didn't have the cultivation of a Buddhist sect could also tell. However, Yulinfeng's voice sounded again. Fellow immortals, these are the sarairas of the Buddhist monks that my Zhai Xing Lu painstakingly found near Yu province. As for the use of these sarairas, there are Buddhist monks here, so I can't say it clearly. However, if there's anyone who doesn't know, you can go to my Zhai Xing Lu's place to look for it. All I have to say is that the Buddhist light is incomparably pure and can perfectly blend with the righteous energy of my Confucian cultivator. The base price of each of these Buddhist relics is 1 top-grade primeval stone. Damn it. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is the hidden immortal continent. 1 top-grade primeval stone, what kind of concept is that? Just now, the true work of the great Confucian scholar only used a top-grade primeval stone as the base price. How could these relics have a base price of 1 top-grade primeval stone? What was more special was that these relics were of different qualities. Zhai Xing Lu's starting price was 1 supreme-grade primordial stone. Wasn't that clearly bullying? However, someone had really stepped forward to be bullied by Zhai Xing Lu. As soon as Yulinfeng finished speaking, a voice shouted, "I'll add 10 top-grade source stones for that untainted relic. This old man will add 50 upper-grade primordial stones. No, a relic of this quality can raise my nature energy by 2 grades. I'll give you 2 supreme-grade primordial stones, Fu Jiwen laughed. These people are really not afraid of trouble. Last time, when everyone made fun of these old monks, they still cared about their reputation and added upper-grade primordial stones one by one. This time, they actually added 2 top-grade primordial stones at once. Are they sure that these old monks are going to take action? Xiaohua faintly smiled and asked, if the old monk were to go into silent meditation, this Xiao would like to see how they will deal with this. That won't happen. Fu Jiwen shook his head and said, Buddhism emphasizes that monks don't lie. Whatever they say should definitely be believed. According to this one's knowledge, every time Zhai Xing Lu holds this kind of auction, they will definitely be present. All the relics will never be left behind. All of them will be bought by them. Monks don't lie. Say that again after you've seen people like Hanju. Xiaohua was rather disapproving of this sentence, but hearing the end, Xiaohua was flabbergasted. Then how much primordial stones will they spend? Fu Jiwen snorted and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao, why don't you see who is behind them? Who? Xiaohua seemed to have understood something, but he still asked. Behind them are the kind men and women of Burial Immortal Continent and Western Paradise Continent. The daily offerings of these trillions of kind men and women are unimaginable to ordinary people. These monks are relying on these offerings to straighten their backs and dare to challenge here. This is why they dare to say that every relic must be bought. Fu Jiwen sneered, it is also because of this, the relics here, these monks must buy them. Otherwise, they won't be able to answer to these kind men and women. Sigh. Xiaohua listened and looked at the several monks whose expressions were calm as if they were not affected by the increasing bidding price of the relics. He sighed and said, respectfully welcoming the relics of the eminent monks back to Western Paradise continent and letting the departed souls of these eminent monks rest in peace. This is originally a very good thing. If both sides were kind, it would be a good thing. But now one side is trying their best to raise the price, secretly rejoicing in their own gains, while the other side is fearless and unhesitatingly taking out the offerings of others. This is already not a good thing to respectfully welcome, but an evil thing to flaunt. I'm afraid this is one of the methods Buddhism uses to attract believers in burial immortal continent, right? Fujiwen thought carefully and of course also felt sad. He nodded and said, fellow Daoist Xiao is right. Even if this one is just a bystander, watching the show, it seems like I'm also helping the tyrant. That's natural. Xiaohua nodded and looked at the entire Bright Moon Palace. And this Zhai Xinglu is the chief evil and also the instigator. The secular people are right. Money is the source of all evil. Zhai Xinglu accumulates wealth like this. At this point, Fujiwen did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. Seeing that the monk from the Buddhist sect did not respond, the several Confucian scholars who had been aggressively bidding immediately lost their confidence. They began to raise the price one by one. However, the number of people who raised the price also decreased. Quite a number of people chose to withdraw. After all, not everyone was willing to try this kind of stimulation that was similar to beating drums and passing flowers. Amitabha. Suddenly, one of the few old monks who looked relatively young took a step forward. He put his palms together and bowed to the surroundings. These relics are something that my Buddhist sect must obtain. I'm sure everyone already knows that. As for the meaning of the relics, this old monk also does not want to say much. These are the wandering souls of my Buddhism sect. This old monk is under the orders of the Buddha Lord to welcome them back to Western Paradise continent. These relics can increase a Confucian cultivator's noble spirit, but correspondingly, the negative karma in the relics will also be added to the cultivator's body. Everyone here does not understand the secret arts of my Buddhism sect and does not know how to eliminate negative karma and get rid of negative karma. In the future, you will definitely be tired of this negative karma. Therefore, this old monk advises everyone here that greed is easy to breed and negative karma is difficult to eliminate. Practicing honestly is the right path. As he spoke, the monk pointed at the dozens of relics floating in the air. These are the wandering souls of my Buddhist sect's Arhat. My Buddha Lord is willing to redeem each wandering soul with 3 supreme-grade primordial stones. If anyone here is willing to pay a higher price than my Buddhism sect, then please go ahead. My Arhat's wandering souls cannot rest in peace in Western Paradise continent. My Buddhist sect's hundreds of millions of benefactors who sincerely worship Buddha will also not be at ease. This monk. Upstairs, Fujiwen was stunned. He actually dares to threaten? Looks like the Buddhism sect also has no surplus food. Xiaohua sighed and looked at Yu Linfeng. He knew this monk's threat was nothing. The only one who would suffer losses was Zhai Xinglu. Yu Linfeng's brows frowned a little, then he laughed and said loudly, the Buddhist sect's master has already made a big bid. I wonder which immortal friend wants to increase the price. How can there be anyone who wants to charge forward? Fujiwen lost interest and walked back to the chair from the window. He sat down and said, this is hundreds of supreme-grade primordial stones, who can afford it? Just now, this monk already said those harsh words. If some idiot increases the price by 1 supreme-grade primordial stone and these monks really give up, wouldn't this idiot cry himself to death? What if I take this idiot? Xiaohua looked at the dozens of relics, his heart beating wildly, and he almost blurted out. Tch, Fujiwen was disdainful. Fellow Daoist Xiao is neither a Confucian cultivator nor a member of the Buddhism sect. Why would you take this idiot? If you want to be, it should be someone from Zhai Xinglu. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly suppressed the greed in his heart. Nonsense, it was a blessing to have 3 cultivators, but from another point of view, it was a great tragedy. In this conflict between Confucians and Buddhists, he might be caught in the middle. He might as well be a Daoist loose cultivator. Why would he expose his Buddhism sect cultivation for no reason? That's true, Xiaohua nodded and looked at the scene. Chapter 3286. With a wave of the monk's yellow robes, the dozens of jade boxes disappeared at the same time. Then, with another wave of his hand, a small cosmos bag flew out of his sleeve and slowly landed in front of Yu Linfeng. This is the ransom for the dozens of Buddhas. Yu Linfeng, please check it. Monks don't lie. I know that. Yu Linfeng naturally wouldn't check it and accepted it with a smile. Then, when he saw the old monks turn around and leave without a word, he hurriedly shouted, I'll see you off, masters. Amitba. The monks left, but a Buddhist chant that was as clear as spring water was left in the auction. An eminent monk is indeed an eminent monk. Although this Buddhist chant didn't contain a trace of psychokinesis, it was enough to hear one's heart. Yu Linfeng hurriedly laughed and said, they turned around and left without leaving a speck of dust behind. Since the masters have left, Zhai Xinglu's auction is about to end. The treasures from the Pure Land have already fallen to the ground. Zhai Xinglu still has some items from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. However, the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is too dangerous for the human race. These items are not even comparable to the ones from the Pure Land. Of course, these few items are definitely the best of the best. That's why Zhai Xinglu has always placed the items from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm at the end of the auction. Come on. Yu Linfeng finished speaking and waved his hand. Caw. A bird's cry that shook the entire place was suddenly heard. An extremely small light spot flew over from afar. In the blink of an eye, the light spot transformed into a bird that was several feet large. This bird looked like an eagle, but it wore a golden crown on its head. Under the golden crown, the majestic eagle's eyes shone with a light that couldn't be looked at directly. Boom! The bird spread its wings as it landed, and thousands of streams of light flew out from its huge wings. When the bird stretched its neck and let out a long cry, the thousands of streams of light rushed into the outline of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and turned into a few spots of light. Fellow Daoist Xiao. On the balcony, Fujiwen smiled bitterly. I lost the bet earlier. I admit defeat. Actually, you didn't lose. Xiaohua looked at the bird's shadow with interest and said with a smile, it's just that you never had the chance to come into contact with these scheming people, so you don't know what they're thinking. A loss is a loss. Fujiwen waved his hand. Fine, since you've lost, then tell me, what is the name of this bird? Why can it replace the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm? Xiaohua pointed. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, Fujiwen actually shook his head and said, I know very little about the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, and I don't know what this flying beast is. If I'm not wrong, then this beast should be a great sage of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Only a great sage can represent the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. Alright, then what is a great sage? Saints are supreme beings. Fujiwen explains, our hidden immortal continent saints are supreme beings in the human realm. The great sage of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is the title of the most powerful demon. Xiaohua was naturally not satisfied with this kind of answer. He waved his hand and said, if you don't know, then you don't know. It seems like you really don't know. It's not just me who doesn't know. Fujiwen said with a smile, the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is a place where thousands of demons gather. If we humans go there, we'll be their food. In my hidden immortal continent, other than the great grandmaster and above seniors who have the qualifications to explore the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, no one else has ever been there. If fellow Xiao asks 100 people, it's already not bad if one person can answer clearly. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaohua smiled faintly, you better reveal the mystery of the top 10 Imperial equipment. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what the number 1 Imperial equipment will be. What can it be? Fujiwen smiled mysteriously and said, fellow Xiao has never practiced martial arts before, so I'm afraid you don't know what it means to practice the blade for 100 days, practice the spear for 1,000 days, practice the sword for 10,000 days, right? Xiao Hua was startled and asked curiously, could it be that young Master Fu has practiced martial arts before? Of course. Fu Jiwen said proudly, Hidden Immortal Continent's Confucian scholars all have to practice the 6 arts. Martial arts, sword arts, and so on are all things that must be learned. I understand. Xiao Hua nodded, the top of the top 10 imperial equipment is the sword. Right. Fu Jiwen said with a smile, the sword is an ancient sacred item, the most revered and noble, worshipped by humans and gods. It's the ancestor of short weapons, a weapon for close combat. With its profound Dao skills, it became a legend. In fact, because it's light and convenient to carry, it's beautiful to wear, and it's quick to use, the Hidden Immortal Continent's various dynasties, princes, emperors, marquises, scholars, swordsmen, merchants, and commoners, all of them take pride in it. Since ancient times, the sword and its skills have been unhindered in the battlefield, dominating the martial arts world, establishing a country, and upholding justice. Thus, it has been passed down to this day, and is still loved by the people of the world. With its glorious history, it's deeply rooted in people's hearts, and can be passed down without decline. The top of the top 10 imperial equipment is precisely the tender like water sword. Tender like water. Sword. Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something. Since ancient times, the most difficult thing to erase is the grace of a beauty. The sorrow of a beauty's feelings is like flowing water, if it can't be cut off, it will be chaotic. This tender like water sword is truly outstanding. That's right. This tender like water sword is like its name, a soft sword. The entire sword is transparent like water. When placed in water, it's the same as water. The sword's body is warm. After this sword is cut off, it can automatically fuse back together. Just like feelings. It can't be truly cut off. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Xiao Hua said thoughtfully, if it's only like this, how can it be the number 1 imperial equipment? The sharpest thing in this world is tenderness, and the most hurtful thing in this aristocratic family is also tenderness. This tender like water sword can open the heavens with water droplets. When Fu Jiwen talked about tenderness, his eyes unexpectedly also showed tenderness. As long as there are still feelings in their hearts, they can't escape the attack of this tender like water sword. It's said that in the past, the Hidden Immortal Continent's Pear Blossom Fairy was injured and abandoned by the nobles of the Immortal Palace. In a rage, she held the tender like water sword and killed her way to the Immortal Palace. In front of the southern heavenly gate, her sword soared through the sky and annihilated tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers. When Empress Dowager led the Immortal Palace's Star River to kill the fairy's sword cut the Star River into 2. Unfortunately, this tender like water sword was broken by the starlight in the Star River and turned into a morning star that disappeared into the horizon. The Pear Blossom Fairy even charged into the Star River with hatred, and her body and soul were destroyed. From then on, no matter what imperial equipment was born, it would be difficult for it to surpass. This tender like water sword has always been listed as the number 1 imperial equipment. Xiao Hua sighed, this is another sad but beautiful story. I wonder if this story is the number 1 imperial equipment story? Or is it tender like water sword that is the number 1 imperial equipment? What's the difference? Fu Jiwen laughed, the things you can't get are always the best. The faintly discernible legends are always the most beautiful. The memories in a person's heart are always the most profound. Strange, hearing this, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of his own wishful staff and immediately interrupted, the ancestor of short weapons, the staff is also the number 1 weapon. Why isn't there a staff in the top 10 imperial equipment? Staff? Fu Jiwen scratched his head and laughed, fellow Daoist Xiao must be joking. A staff, isn't it just a staff? How can it be in the top 10 imperial equipment? Forget it, I won't play the lute to a cow with you. Xiao Hua casually waved his hand, but before he could continue, his expression changed and he hurriedly looked at the auction hall. In front of Yulin Feng, there was a jade slip. That's right, it was a jade slip commonly seen in the Dawn Rain continent. At this moment, it was floating in front of Yu Linfeng. Yu Linfeng said, "Fellow Daoists, this item is the jade I used by the ancient Daoists before they were destroyed by us Confucian cultivators. It should have been placed in the Daoist trifling item auction, but because this item was obtained from the Thousand Demons sacred realm, it wasn't taken out until now. This item's inspection method is different from the jade eye. After Zhai Xinglu obtained it, we searched through the ancient records and found out that this item was called a jade slip. After that, Zhai Xinglu specially found a Daoist expert and used their unique divine sense to inspect it. But in the eyes of others, this item is a peerless treasure. Zhai Xinglu fancied this point and would rather smash it in their hands than lower the price. The base price of this jade slip is 50 top-grade primeval stones. Without waiting for Fu Jiwen to finish speaking, Yu Linfeng cut the base price of the jade slip in half. Damn it, Fu Jiwen immediately jumped up. This young master has waited for this auction 3 times and that amplifying thunderwood didn't even lower the price of a single primeval stone. How can this jade slip be lowered just like that? This is too unfair. Hee, using virtue to convince people, using virtue to convince people. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously. I've always advocated using virtue to convince people. Fellow Daoist, are you going to increase the price? Yu Linfeng was rather surprised, but he didn't have any other thoughts. After all, the Bright Moon Palace was surrounded by many experts from Star Plucking Tower, and they weren't afraid of others causing trouble. Since no one shouted to stop, it couldn't have been done by that mysterious senior upstairs. The Daoist cultivator who instigated the internal strife naturally wouldn't bid, and even the meddlesome people in the surroundings didn't dare to make a sound. Young Master Duanmu was even more bewildered as he looked at the similarly illusory window in front of him, thinking about something unknown. Good. Yu Linfeng's anticipated climax didn't come, and he could only somewhat dejectedly point his finger, and the jade slip slowly flew towards Xiao Hua's window. Seeing the jade slip fly towards him, Xiao Hua had the urge to use heaven and earth in the sleeve, as if only by holding this item in his hand would his heart be at ease. Of course, Xiao Hua's current magic power wasn't enough to support heaven and earth in the sleeve, and the current Xiao Hua didn't seem to be as impetuous as he was back in the Dawn Rain continent. He only looked, indifferently looked, and his eyes didn't move from the jade slip at all, as if he already had a card up his sleeve, and wasn't afraid of anyone coming to snatch it from him. It was as if he was completely certain that even if this jade slip was snatched away by someone, he would still be able to take it back. Unknowingly, Xiao Hua, who seemed to be a young lad, had already begun to transform, whether it was his temperament or bearing. Perhaps it was because of time, or perhaps it was because of a great change. In short, at this moment, Xiao Hua, who hadn't recovered much magic power, and whose divine abilities weren't even 30% of his peak, actually had a confidence he never had before. Xiao Yi. Xiao Hua took the jade slip and said, "Should this old man hand over the origin stones to you now?" Xiao Yi answered and entered, then hastily waved her hand and said, reporting to Senior, "As long as there's a bid below a supreme grade origin stone, Senior doesn't need to immediately hand over the origin stones. This is a kind of treatment for distinguished guests. No need." Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, took out a supreme grade origin stone, and handed it to Xiao Yi, saying, "This kind of treatment doesn't have any practical meaning. Hee, Senior, you'll soon know the treatment for distinguished guests." Xiao Yi took the origin stone, pursed her lips, and smiled, then lowered her head and left. What kind of treatment do distinguished guests have? Xiao Hua used his divine sense to enter the jade slip, carefully probing it, and asked Fu Jiwen again. Fu Jiwen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He spread out his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist, I'm just joking. This is the first time I've entered a distinguished guest's room. How could I know the treatment for distinguished guests?" However, after thinking for a moment, he probed again. If it's the most obvious treatment, it might be when bidding for the last few treasures. After a certain price, the cultivators downstairs aren't allowed to bid. They're probably afraid that they can't afford the origin stones, so they're blindly shouting there. N. Xiaohua answered indifferently. Fujiwen couldn't clearly see Xiaohua's appearance in the stardust, but he also understood that Xiaohua was probing the water escape technique. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua put the jade slip into the space, and handed it over to the green-robed Xiaohua to comprehend. At this moment, Xiaohua was really happy. Although this water escape technique wasn't a high-grade water escape technique like Yu Linfeng said, it was still a mid-grade water escape technique. After fusing with the water, it was an escape technique that relied on the water energy of heaven and earth to fly. In other words, as long as it was a place with water energy of heaven and earth, one could use this escape technique to fly. It wasn't like before where there was real water to be able to escape. As for the water avoidance technique from the West Sea, Xiaohua had already finished comprehending it with the Buddha's Saraira. That technique was very strange and required the so-called origin energy to be used. However, Xiaohua didn't know what origin energy was, so he couldn't test it out. Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment and pondered a little. He knew that although these two water escape techniques weren't of the same origin, the realms of the escape techniques were connected. If he finished cultivating the water avoidance technique, he could naturally continue to cultivate the mid-grade water escape technique. Oh, right, isn't there someone in front of us who knows about origin energy? It's a waste not to ask. Xiaohua glanced at Fujiwen, who was also silently looking at the auction, and came to a realization. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Young Master Fu, I still have a question to ask." "Fellow Daoist Xiao, why are you so polite? Please ask." Fujiwen hurriedly moved his gaze away from the window and said with a smile. Xiaohua said, "Would like to ask, what is origin energy? Is it the magic power of Confucian cultivators?" "Yes." Fujiwen said curiously, "Taoism is magic power, Buddhism is psychokinesis, Confucian cultivators are naturally origin energy. But why do some demons' cultivation techniques also mention origin energy?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "This is what I don't understand." "Oh, I understand." Fujiwen said with a smile, "Does fellow Daoist know about the 9 grades of origin energy and the 27th rank?" "I naturally know about this." Xiaohua nodded. "Then it's easy to explain." Fujiwen explained, because the 3 continents have magic power, psychokinesis, and origin energy. "Oh, I'm not very clear about the 1,000 demons sacred realm. This kind of classification is too heterogeneous. However, some cultivation techniques can be used regardless of magic power, psychokinesis, or origin energy. Therefore, Confucian cultivators use origin energy to refer to all magic power, psychokinesis, and origin energy. So it's like that." Xiaohua nodded and said, "These Confucian cultivators are really tyrannical. Origin energy is 9 grades, the substitution of origin energy is convenient for them. It can't be helped." "Who asked the hidden immortal continent to have the most Confucian cultivators?" Fujiwen smiled, then pointed outside the window and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, didn't you just say that you want to look for flying equipment? Now they have already started to bid for flying demonic beasts, why don't you take a look?" "Okay." Xiaohua responded and looked outside the window. However, he was ecstatic in his heart. Since magic power can be used as origin energy, then when his magic power is fully recovered, he can naturally use the water escape technique. In other words, he can already use the complete 5 elements escape technique. His light escape technique cultivation has indeed taken a solid step. At this moment, in front of Yu Linfeng, there is a row of over 10 eggs of different sizes, which are also emitting different kinds of bewitching brilliance. The shape of these eggs is as strange as the halo. Some are oval, some are flat, some are gourd-shaped, and there are even some that are long. There are even some eggs that are faintly flickering, as if these eggs are lightly breathing. These are demonic beast eggs? Xiaohua squinted his eyes and asked Fujiwen in a low voice. Fu Jiwen, who always looked calm, was actually a little anxious. He stood in front of the window sill and looked at the decreasing number of beast eggs. Fortunately, when the third last beast egg was auctioned, it was the wood attribute cloud crane that Fu Jiwen wanted, and he almost couldn't wait to bid. His bid didn't matter, but everyone was a little hesitant. After all, everyone had seen the bid for the water escape technique. Who would dare to compete with a virtuous senior? After a slight awkward silence, this cloud crane was actually bought by Fu Jiwen for 10 or so high-grade primordial stones. But at this critical moment, young Master Duanmu started to bid again. Moreover, he increased the price by 5 high-grade primordial stones twice, and still raised the price of this cloud crane to the height of 25 high-grade primordial stones. Humph. Xiaohua sneered, and said in a low voice, "This is young Master Duanmu telling me that this is the last time he will be lenient. From now on, the bridge will be the bridge, and the road will be the road. He won't let go again. The conflict from before. Hee, I'm afraid it can't be revealed. Did I ruin fellow Daoists' matter?" Fu Jiwen hurriedly said. He really didn't think that much. How about I give it to young Master Duanmu? How is that possible? Doing this is adding fuel to the fire. Xiaohua shook his head. Don't be afraid of him, this has nothing to do with you. 26 high-grade primordial stones. I want to see, what will young Master Duanmu look like after he loses his mask? After Xiaohua spoke, the entire auction house was silent. No one bid anymore, and the green crane egg flew to the window. Fu Jiwen took the green crane egg and carefully put it into the small Qingkuan bag. Looking at Fu Jiwen's relieved expression, Xiaohua suddenly asked curiously, "Young Master Fu, this small Qingkuan bag can store living things?" "Of course." Fu Jiwen didn't find Xiaohua's ignorance strange at all, and said with a smile, Qingkuan means to form a universe of its own, of course it can store living things. But no matter if it's the small Qingkuan bag, the Qingkuan bag, or even the Qingkuan bangles, they can't store living things for long periods of time. After a certain period of time, the living things have to come out for air. In the following few bids, other than the remaining beast eggs, there were even a dozen young beasts. Although Xiaohua hadn't seen these young beasts before, he wasn't interested in them. He had a lot of strange things in his space, and every one of them was more powerful than these young beasts. He wouldn't spend primordial stones for no reason. After the time it took to eat a meal, Yu Linfeng finally finished processing the young beasts. Then, he looked at the last golden ball of light on the outline of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "Fellow immortals, you should all know that every time my Bright Moon Palace bids for rare items, we leave the 3 most valuable items behind. The next item to bid is one of them." Swoosh. Once Yu Linfeng said this, everyone held their breaths and looked at the golden ball of light with rapt attention. They didn't even want to breathe loudly, and quietly listened to Yu Linfeng's analysis. They really wanted to know what it was. This item. Yu Linfeng didn't even take the item and said, "This item is only for the VIPs on the 3rd floor. As for the other immortals, I'm sorry, you don't have the qualifications to bid." Fellow immortal Yu. Just as Yu Linfeng finished speaking, someone naturally wasn't convinced. He jumped up and said, "I know the rules of Star Picking Tower very well. When the price of a rare item is set, only the VIPs on the 3rd floor are qualified to bid. But this item hasn't even revealed its base price yet, so we're not allowed to bid? Could it be, this item's base price has already exceeded?" At this point, the cultivator seemed to have understood something and couldn't close his mouth. This was the first time he heard that the Bright Moon Palace bid for an item with a base price of more than 10 top-grade source stones. AI, it's not just the base price. Yu Linfeng waved his hand and sighed, "Even if you have enough source stones to bid, you still have to consider whether you have the strength to protect this item, whether you have the life to protect this item." SAI. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. With a wave of Yu Linfeng's hand, the golden light slowly flew closer. The golden light was blazing. Although it hadn't revealed its true appearance, the indescribable heat was like the scorching sun, and it already made everyone in the Bright Moon Palace feel anxious and thirsty. A feeling of difficulty arose in everyone's hearts. Unconsciously, everyone slightly narrowed their eyes, but the desire in their eyes was even more intense than the scorching sun. They stared fixedly at the light, wanting to know just how rare this item was. When the light landed in front of Yu Linfeng, it was actually dozens of feet wide. It was clear that Yu Linfeng didn't dare to approach the light and had already flown to the top of the Bright Moon Palace. At the same time, wisps of blue mist emerged from all over the Bright Moon Palace like clouds, enveloping everyone in front of it and blocking the heat. Rise! Yu Linfeng clapped his hands and a rare imperial artifact that looked like an ink brush came out of his sleeves. He let out a roar like spring thunder and reached out his hand. The brush was about to throw towards the golden light. Wait! Just at this moment, an extremely loud and clear voice that was even more shocking than muffled thunder came from the window sill on Xiaohua's left. Sai. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua's mind was shaken by this voice. Xiaohua couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air, and looked to his left in disbelief. This window, it seems like there hasn't been a bid. There hasn't even been a sound, right? It seems like their goal is this golden item. When Yu Linfeng heard this voice, his body naturally trembled, and the ink brush remained in his hand. However, Yu Linfeng's face didn't reveal the slightest bit of displeasure. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior upstairs, may I say something? There's no need to open this item." That voice was very imposing, and in people's ears, it seemed to resonate in their hearts. There was an inconceivable power that made people submit from the bottom of their hearts. Yes, this little one understands. Yu Linfeng actually agreed, and withdrew his hand, putting the ink brush back into his sleeve. Cough cough. A clear coughing sound appeared at this time, and a ball of green light floated from the night sky of the Bright Moon Palace. Within the light, Zhu Qing had already changed into green clothes, and slowly flew down like a student rushing to take the exam. When Yu Linfeng saw Zhu Qing, he immediately sweated profusely. His usually calm expression was replaced with panic, and he hastily bowed and said, "Tower Lord, this subordinate, and you can go down." Zhu Qing didn't talk to Yu Linfeng as warmly as she talked to Xiaohua. Just a few words made Yu Linfeng feel a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to ask anything, and hastily floated down from the sky. However, he still didn't dare to approach the golden light, and followed the edge of the Bright Moon Palace to stand in the shadows. Chapter 3289. Phew. Everyone let out a long breath. The feeling of being suppressed by the dragon's might was really terrible. It was like the struggle of a drowning person before death. That kind of suffocation, that kind of helplessness, that kind of insignificance, was something that these people would probably never forget in their entire lives. Hee, this is good. What do you think? Another arrogant voice shouted, "Do you think you can profane the dragon's remains? You can't even resist this dragon aura, yet you still dare to make a big fuss about it. Do you think the likes of you have the right to see it? Go." Zhu Qing's face regained some color. She waved her hand and the ink brush landed in her hand. Then she pushed her hand and the dragon bone flew far away. It turned into a golden moon and hung in the night sky of the Bright Moon Palace. "Seniors." Zhu Qing bowed again, speaking softly, "My star-picking tower has some unspeakable difficulties in bidding for this item in Bright Moon Palace. This matter was done in haste. You can see that I didn't even prepare an imperial item to block the dragon aura. You can see. I was caught unprepared. Of course, there are some things that senior blames me too early. I, Zhai Xinglu, know very well what this dragon bone is. In front of the thousands of fellow immortals from the Bright Moon Palace, I can swear that I, Zhai Xinglu, have already sent people to contact Senior. It was only after we did not receive any news from Senior that we decided to bid for this dragon bone when the Bronze Pillar country was at war with other countries. As for how Senior got the news and rushed here, I don't know the reason. I wanted to explain it to Senior face to face, but Senior seems to have misunderstood. I can only explain it here. That faint voice spoke, unknown if it meant it heard or understood. In short, when Zhu Qing heard this voice, he became spirited again and said, however, since the bidding has already begun, I would like to invite the seniors to make their own bids. This dragon bone. Especially because of the dragon horn, this item is already priceless. I do not dare to profane the dragon bone, so I would like to invite the seniors to make their own bids. Zhu Qing's words were very clear, and Xiao Hua also understood. Not only did this dragon bone have some problems with its origin, but the bidding process was also very complicated. Zhai Xinglu had already known the importance of the dragon bone before the auction. He would definitely have contacted the East Sea Dragon Palace. Unfortunately, for some reason, there was no reply. Furthermore, the Bronze Pillar country was at war. Zhai Xinglu was afraid that there would be problems with the dragon bone. He was anxious to get rid of this hot potato, so he hurriedly sent the dragon bone to the auction. But what was surprising was that before the auction, someone from the East Sea Dragon Palace actually came. What's more, the person who came was very aggressive. They did not receive the message from Zhai Xinglu, but got the message from someone else. They were here to denounce Zhu Qing, so they did not listen to her explanation at all. As for Zhu Qing, it was even more difficult for her to dismount. After all, ordinary cultivators wouldn't know what items would be auctioned in this auction, but people like young Master Duanmu would definitely know. Perhaps, the item that young Master Duanmu had mentioned earlier might really be this. For this, he was willing to sacrifice 3 supreme-grade primal stones. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Zhu Qing to give the dragon bone to someone from the East Sea Dragon Palace for free. The only way was to bid. Poor child, Xiao Hua looked at Zhu Qing sympathetically and thought, it seems that everything is not easy. I'll bid. Although no name was mentioned, everyone already knew that the person who bid first was from the East Sea Dragon Palace. At this time, someone in the room said, no matter how many primal stones others bid, my East will have 1 supreme-grade primal stone more than them. Hee. Before the person from the East Sea Dragon Palace finished speaking, the voice that was a little leaky laughed shrilly and said, I know that your East Sea Dragon Palace has countless treasures, but it's not only your East Sea Dragon Palace that has treasures in this world. I have 10 supreme-grade primal stones more than the East Sea Dragon Palace. Then, all the other forces entered the auction and started bidding. On the balcony, Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the golden moon. He secretly pondered whether or not he should bid. Just now, the dragon might above the dragon horn was really terrifying. If it could be used on a magic weapon, it would absolutely be a sharp weapon to kill people. Oh, I forgot about it. Xiao Hua suddenly patted his forehead and woke up. Damn it, it doesn't matter if I want it or not. Isn't Little White lacking this thing? If Little White needs it, I'll buy it regardless of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Thinking, Xiao Hua's mind immediately turned into a jade archive. Xiao Hua appeared in front of the mysterious dark cloud. This mysterious dark cloud seems to have some changes. Because he had learned from the bone that ordinary people couldn't see souls, Xiao Hua paid special attention to this mysterious dark cloud. However, when he saw the heavenly marks and earth deeds on it, Xiao Hua couldn't help but stare blankly. Previously, although there were heavenly marks and earth deeds outside the mysterious dark cloud, these mysterious natural objects were faintly discernible, and simply couldn't be seen clearly. But now, these heavenly might could be clearly seen, as if they were carved outside the mysterious dark cloud. Moreover, there were strands of green shadows entangling the heavenly might. A soul that has left the body can be called a soul, and is no longer a soul. Perhaps it can be seen by others. Of course, even if it is the soul of the body, if there is a powerful secret technique that can surpass the protection of the body to the soul, perhaps it can be seen. Speaking to here, Little White apologized again. These are just some of my incomplete memories. I don't know if they are correct. It can be considered as a reference. And, that is to say, if there is a soul sword piercing from the outside. Jade Archive Xiaohua had a trace of understanding. This is just based on feeling. In fact, no matter what, their soul sword can't see the appearance of the soul. Yes, that should be the case. Little White nodded. The soul is the most mysterious place in the body. How can it be exposed there? Then, you may not be able to see the layer of seal in my soul? And just by sensing it? The seal may be visible, but what is under the seal? I can only sense it, but not see it. Little White laughed. Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned and said, then you can slowly break the seal. I'll have to trouble you. You're welcome. Little White knew that Jade Archive Xiaohua was about to leave, and the huge dragon had retracted into the sea of soul strands. Jade Archive Xiaohua looked around. The sky was full of flickering lights, and sighed, alas, if this is a soul cultivator. It's really strange. But what's even stranger is this Xiao's Dharma eye. After speaking, Jade Archive Xiaohua retreated from the mysterious dark clouds. However, when his primordial spirit returned, he was shocked again when he looked at the auction field. He saw that the auction field, which was very lively just a moment ago, was now completely silent. Even Zhu Qing was silently standing in the air with her lips tightly shut. Although there was a trace of a smile on her face, there was a trace of strangeness in her eyes. Strange. Xiaohua was puzzled. It was only a moment. What happened? However, the bright moon, which was as bright as the sun, was still hanging there. Obviously, the bidding for the dragon bones was not over yet. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and was about to ask Fu Jiwen when he suddenly saw Zhu Qing's somewhat helpless expression. He came to a realization. Damn it, this is the voice transmission of the people from the Dragon Palace, young Master Duanmu, and a few cultivators who have the strength to bid for the dragon bones. Thinking of this, Xiaohua laughed in his heart. In this world, there is nothing that can't be compromised. As long as there are enough benefits, everything can be exchanged. A set of dragon bones can be measured with top-grade primordial stones, and a promise can also be measured with top-grade primordial stones. These people, just now, were all very aggressive. One wanted to add 1 top-grade primordial stone more than the others, and another wanted to add 10 top-grade primordial stones more than everyone else, as if the dragon bones were something that must be obtained. But in fact, only the East Sea Dragon Palace had the intention to obtain it. The others were just looting a burning house, wanting to gain benefits from it. It seems that I should have bid just now. Maybe I can even get a high-level water escape technique. Strange. Just when Xiaohua was thinking whether it was too late to bid now, Fu Jiwen whispered, "This has been discussed for a long time. Why hasn't the result come out yet? Could it be that, besides the East Sea Dragon Palace, there is someone who urgently needs this thing?" Ha ha ha. For a moment, Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Xiaohua was definitely not the only smart person in this world. Although Fu Jiwen's cultivation was ordinary, he obviously understood the strangeness of it. He couldn't help but whisper, "The material used to make this war chariot is very special. It can emit fire-type spiritual energy. The cultivator who drives this war chariot can use this war chariot to display power that is even more powerful than a magic treasure. Moreover, this war chariot itself contains a baleful aura, full of blood and resentment. Even if it isn't the real Scarlet Emperor's war chariot, it must have gone through thousands of battles, and tens of thousands of people must have died under this war chariot. If one sits on this war chariot and flies, not to mention it's awe-inspiring, even some cowardly cultivators would have to hide far away. If one were to fight with others, it would make them tremble in fear, and they wouldn't be able to display even 70% of their cultivation. Shua. Yu Linfeng, whose face was also illuminated by the scarlet flame, took out a palm-sized jade bottle from his bosom. With a wave of his hand, the jade bottle emitted a misty light. It was like a layer of gauze that completely covered the war chariot, and the scarlet flame was contained within the gauze. Fellow immortals. Yu Linfeng clapped his hands and laughed. This is a replica of the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot. It's called the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. Although this Scarlet Flame War Chariot is a replica of the Scarlet Emperor's war chariot, its size and carvings are exactly the same. What's special is that this Scarlet Flame War Chariot was also owned by a general who commanded tens of thousands of troops. He also relied on this war chariot to achieve great achievements on the battlefield. It's not convenient for me to announce the specific details of this Scarlet Flame War Chariot here. However, what I can reveal to fellow immortals is that this war chariot's entire body is made from a complete piece of fire spirit stone. Sealed within it are the soul essences of 3 fire spirit beasts. He seemed to be carefully observing and also seemed to be carefully distinguishing the cultivator who was competing with him for the cultivation method. As the number of primordial stones increased, the number of people bidding also decreased. In the end, only Xiao Hua and 2 girls were bidding. After Xiao Hua called out a number, the entire auction house was silent. The 2 girls stopped, as if they had retreated. Yu Linfeng's face was flushed red as he said loudly, "If the 2 seniors do not increase the price, this Scarlet Flame War Chariot will be this senior's." Then, Yu Linfeng said to Xiao Hua, "Senior, you should know that this war chariot is really rare. If senior wants to take this war chariot, you must first complete the transaction of primordial stones." Well said. Xiao Hua faintly smiled and was about to call Xiao Yi in. But at this time, a slightly weak voice spoke. "Fellow immortal Yu, please wait a moment." "Oh?" Yu Linfeng raised his eyebrows. "Senior wants to bid?" "Hee hee." Following the girl's chuckle, a light smoke like fog appeared from the windowsill. In a moment, the 3-story balcony was covered. The people downstairs were immediately separated from the 3rd floor. The fog blocked everyone's vision and divine sense. In front of Xiao Hua's eyes, the source of the voice came from. As the fog gushed out, a window was slowly pushed open. The face of a girl in her 20s appeared in front of the window. This woman's skin was as white as snow, and her eyes were as bright as stars. Her 2 faint eyebrows were black without drawing, and her small cherry lips carried a graceful smile. Coupled with her light red palace dress, she could make 100 flowers blush to death. Looking at her fairy-like features, Xiao Hua was momentarily dazed. Her beauty was completely different from Xue Xue and Fairy Hongxia. Other than her innate beauty, it was more of an aura and charm that she had nurtured. "Fellow immortal." The girl opened her mouth. Her voice was still somewhat weak, and her brows were slightly furrowed. This caused Xiao Hua's heart to ache. He couldn't help but want to speak. Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua could speak, Fu Jiwen had already spoken. "Fairy, if you have something to say, please speak. This junior is all ears." "Hee hee." The girl pursed her lips and smiled, saying, "Little friend, this servant is Princess Bai Hua of Liang Province's Cha Nu country. My name is Xine. This Scarlet Flame War Chariot is exactly what this servant needs. I wonder if little friend can explain it to your esteemed teacher." Hearing this, Fu Jiwen's face turned red. He looked at Xiao Hua somewhat embarrassedly and hurriedly shut his mouth. His eyes didn't dare to look at Princess Bai Hua. Xiao Hua looked at Princess Bai Hua's beautiful face. He circulated God's guidance in his body but didn't find anything strange. He knew in his heart that Princess Baihua didn't use any soul-sucking secret technique. Everything was based on her own beauty. This kind of beauty even made him slightly dazed. Fu Jiwen's answer really didn't count for anything. So it's Princess in front of me. I really am a bit rude. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. This servant has already told fellow immortal my name. Fellow immortal shouldn't be so stingy, right? Princess Baihua looked somewhat embarrassed and angry. However, this embarrassment and anger made people feel inferior. Xiao Hua only cursed himself in his heart for being foolish. The girl had already told him her name. He was actually such a bastard that he didn't even tell her his name. I, Xiao Hua, greets Princess. Oh, so it's fellow immortal Xiao. This servant really hasn't heard of fellow immortal's name. Princess Baihua's face was filled with astonishment. May I know where fellow immortal is cultivating? This Xiao was originally a loose cultivator from overseas. Princess not knowing this servant's name is really too normal. Fellow immortal Xiao, do you have a place to stay? Princess Baihua hurriedly smiled and said, although my Jianghu country wasn't founded by a Daoist sect, we still welcome capable people like fellow immortal Xiao. If fellow immortal Xiao doesn't mind, you can come to my Jianghu country to be the country's teacher. Xiao Hua almost agreed. However, when the words were about to come out of his mouth, he immediately came to his senses and said with a smile, Princess has misunderstood. This Xiao's cultivation is shallow. How could I dare to be the country's teacher? Princess, if you have something to say, just say it. This scarlet flame war chariot, this Xiao really likes it. Hee, since fellow immortal Xiao is so straightforward, this servant won't be polite. Princess Baihua smiled again. It was really like 100 flowers blooming. Scarlet Flame War Chariot, as the name suggests, is a war chariot. It's not a simple flying imperial equipment. It's used for battle. If fellow immortal Xiao doesn't want to lead troops in battle and doesn't want to be the commander of 10,000 troops, this Scarlet Flame War Chariot is really not as suitable as those flying imperial equipment from before. This Xiao doesn't want to be the commander now, but it doesn't mean that I won't be able to in the future. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Princess Baihua slightly nodded her head. Fellow immortal Xiao, this servant congratulates you in advance for having this ambition. However, fellow immortal Xiao, this is your future ambition. This servant needs this Scarlet Flame War Chariot right now. This servant is now facing a battle and this Scarlet Flame War Chariot is a great help for this servant. Forget it, I won't hide it from fellow immortal Xiao. This servant will tell you the truth. My Jianghu country has always had a princess take over the throne. Like this servant, there are 2 other princesses who are qualified to take over the throne. The country wants to choose one of the 3 of us to take over the Jianghu country. Naturally, there are methods to choose. Fellow immortal can use this thing to report in front of this servant's palace door. If you get a Pegasus, you might be able to obtain information about the beyond heaven, which might be beneficial for your ascension. Moreover, a real Pegasus is the exclusive property of the Immortal Palace. It's something that you can't get no matter how many primordial stones you have. Now, this Pegasus doesn't seem to be inferior to the Pegasus from the Immortal Palace. If you use it as a mount, wouldn't it be even more imposing than the Scarlet Flame War Chariot? If immortal friend Xiao has extra primordial stones, you might as well take it out to bid. This thing, TSK, where do you go with it? People will know it's you before you even show up. You'll have a lot of face. Of course, if immortal friend Xiao rides it, you have to be careful not to be targeted by others. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua finally understood that Fu Jiwen was treating him as a country bumpkin who hadn't seen the world. Moreover, he said it so obviously, he was treating him as someone close to him. He couldn't help but laugh. I do have some primordial stones, but I'm used to flying. Who would ride a horse? At the very least. I'll get a phoenix to ride. Ride a phoenix? TSK. Immortal friend Zhao's tone is really big. When you ride it one day, let me broaden my horizons. Fu Jiwen curled his lips and smiled. He was very disdainful. Damn it, I have really ridden a phoenix before. Moreover, I've changed many positions. Xiao Hua was secretly proud. 200,000 top-grade primordial stones. This voice seemed to belong to young Master Duanmu. However, when he thought about how he haggled over 3 top-grade primordial stones, Xiao Hua really doubted whether he had 200,000 top-grade primordial stones. Sure enough, that leaky voice laughed coldly. Kid from the Duanmu family, Windy Mo, cut off your tongue. 200,000 top-grade primordial stones, can you take it out now? Immortal friend, whether I have 200,000 primordial stones or not is my business. Whether I bid or not is your business. There's no reason for you to doubt my primordial stones. Why don't you bid 1 top-grade primordial stone? Humph. Little brat, I bid 210,000 top-grade primordial stones. Hee, fellow immortal friends, I have just received everyone's support and obtained the Scarlet Flame War Chariot. I will not participate in this heavenly horse. Princess Baihua's somewhat weak voice sounded again. It was very clear to everyone who heard it. Duanmu Qin, the girl from the Murong family, opened her mouth and called out young Master Duanmu's name without any trace of politeness. You already have the golden chariot and dragon horse. Why are you bidding for the heavenly horse? Miss Murong, aren't you slapping this little brother's face? Duanmu Qin clearly did not dare to call out the name of the girl from the Murong family. She said with some hidden bitterness, I haven't been able to find a suitable flying beast for my golden chariot. That dragon horse was only temporarily borrowed from someone else. This heavenly horse is my main purpose today. And you already have a flying rock on your lily chariot. What's the use of this white horse? I like it. Miss Murong chuckled and said, furthermore, I have always wanted to ride the heavenly horse to every corner of the hidden immortal continent. I can't get the heavenly horse from the immortal palace. Isn't this heavenly horse what I want? What do you little brats know? I want this heavenly horse. 250,000 top-grade primordial stones. The voice that was the first to bid spoke again. Marshal Ao, I know that you are representing the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace today. If you let me have this item, I will owe the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace a favor. You. Who are you? The voice from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace that had always been as steady as a mountain was now somewhat surprised. You didn't even say your name. Chapter 3297. Ha ha ha, the girl from the Murong family is smart. That's exactly what I meant. Old demon Ji Feng laughed loudly. Humph, if we can subdue it, who will it belong to? Young Master Duanmu laughed coldly. Naturally, it will belong to young Master Duanmu or young Lady Murong. It has nothing to do with me. Old demon Ji Feng answered cleanly. All right. We'll do as you say. Young Master Duanmu did not hesitate and immediately agreed. It was obvious that he was prepared to subdue the Pegasus. Old demon Ji Feng looked in the direction of the Murong family and asked indifferently, what about the girl from the Murong family? How about it? Senior Ji Feng, the eldest young lady from the Murong family did not say anything. Instead, Zhu Qing asked, "It would be best if one of you can subdue the Pegasus. But if no one can subdue it, who will it belong to?" "Naturally, it will belong to young Master Duanmu or young Lady Murong. It has nothing to do with me." Old Demon Jifeng looked like he had the confidence to capture it. "What if the Pegasus is released and my Zhai Xing Lu's origin array and consecrators are unable to subdue it?" Zhu Qing asked again. "Oh." This time, even Xiao Hua, who was listening at the side, felt his heart skip a beat. He thought to himself, it seems that old Demon Jifeng was right. Zhai Xing Lu is hiding something. "Don't worry, little friend Zhu." Old Demon Jifeng smiled, "Since this idea was thought of by me, the 500,000 supreme grade origin stones will naturally be paid by me." "All right." Zhu Qing heard old Demon Jifeng's words and took responsibility for all the accidents. Naturally, he did not have any objections and nodded. "Fellow immortals." Old Demon Jifeng raised his head and said loudly, "Please, everyone, watch carefully. If anything happens, this old man's supreme grade origin stones will fly with the Pegasus." "Ha! You old demon, you're so troublesome. You want to take advantage of my Zhai Xing Lu, yet you want us to help you." A slightly old voice sounded from the top of the Bright Moon Palace. Many thanks, many thanks." Old Monster Jifeng cupped his hands towards the sky and laughed heartily. "I didn't have enough confidence to subdue this heavenly horse." At this moment, the voice of the eldest daughter of the Murong family rang out. Then, a woman dressed in pink with a scarf covering her face walked out from the balcony. Beneath her feet was a cloud of lilies as she steadily stood in midair. However, since Senior Jifeng is willing to take on the same risk, this servant can't not show her support. Good. Since that's the case, let's use our methods. Let's see who can lead this heavenly horse away. Old Monster Jifeng waved his hand, revealing a sharp little claw from within his loose robe. Right at this moment, another voice resounded. Xiao Hua, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, stepped out from the balcony. He took 2 steps in midair and said with a smile, "I didn't expect this auction to be so lively. I wanted to wait until the end of the auction. Who knew that things would develop to such an extent? If I still don't come out, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to obtain this heavenly horse." "Oh." Everyone was surprised. Old Monster Jifeng blinked his small eyes and looked at Xiao Hua from head to toe. He sneered, "Who the hell are you? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? This one is not a green onion. This one is the Daoist sex Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua wasn't angry and said indifferently, "Moreover, I don't think I'm being arrogant. I'm only bidding for a heavenly horse. Especially, even if I fail, I won't lose half a piece of origin stone. Why wouldn't I participate?" Xiao Hua's sudden appearance not only made old Demon Jifeng unhappy, but even young noble Duanmu narrowed his eyes. Chapter 3300. Of course, Xiao Hua's family wasn't the only one making a move. Just as Blackie flew out of the space, a suffocating dragon aura rushed out from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Although it wasn't as overwhelming as the dragon aura from the dragon bone, it was still extremely agile as it pounced on the Pegasus. Clearly, Ao Shui wanted to use this dragon aura to control the Pegasus. In addition, a faint stream of air that was much purer than the moonlight also flew out from Murong Songyun's pavilion. A faint scent of lilies instantly filled the entire place. Moreover, within that stream of air, traces of movement turned into tiny petals. The entire stream of air was like a rain of millions of flowers rushing towards the Pegasus. If Murong Songyun didn't have the means to subdue the Pegasus, then she was obviously shirking her responsibility. Her intention to withdraw from the bidding was even more thought-provoking. Can you do it? Xiao Hua was a little anxious. After seeing the Pegasus' divine ability, he liked it even more and couldn't help but urge. Father, what is subduing? Did you eat it? Blackie still asked unhurriedly. His blinking eyes clearly had a fawning look. A trace of pitiful light appeared in his pitch-black eyes, as if the Pegasus was his delicacy. He was hungry and wanted to eat it. Xiao Hua angrily scolded, Father doesn't have a horse to ride. This thing has to carry Father on its back. Oh, boy knows. Just like Huan. Blackie immediately understood and cheerfully said, Father, wait for me. Immediately, a pitch-black lightning streaked across the sky and quickly rushed into the sky. On the third floor, the other VIPs who didn't participate in the bidding naturally didn't look at Xiao Hua. The dragon aura from the Dragon Palace and Murong Songyun's lilies were enough to attract their attention. However, old monster Ji Feng was different. Although he was still injured by the Pegasus in his original form, he was wearing a shirt and had transformed into a humanoid form. However, he didn't look at the dragon aura or the lilies. His attention was always on Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua released Blackie, old monster Ji Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. This was because Blackie didn't make him feel any vigilance. Moreover, the secret technique that followed made him unable to see through Blackie's depth. However, when he saw Little Black turn into a bolt of black lightning and overtake it, surpassing the dragon power and the lily airflow, the shock in his eyes could not be suppressed. Dragon aura, even the Confucian scholars of the hidden immortal continent would tremble in fear when facing it, let alone the demons and demonic beasts of the Thousand Demons sacred realm. It was an innate fear of high-level demons. Although old demon Ji Feng had some success in his cultivation and could use a mystic technique to resist the dragon's might, there was a limit to it. He was not afraid of a patrol envoy like Ao Shui, but against a superior dragon general, old monster Ji Feng had no confidence at all. As for this Little Black, it seemed to be of a very low level in his secret technique. It actually treated the dragon's might as if it was nothing. Old monster Ji Feng really didn't know what this meant. Perhaps that demonic aura from before came from this black dog? This was old monster Ji Feng's final guess. Of course, following this guess, old monster Ji Feng's bright eyes made a decision. Ao Shui's dragon's might, Murong Songyun's lily airflow easily formed a new triangle with the black lightning that Little Black turned into, wanting to clamp the Pegasus in the middle. At this time, the Pegasus had already spread out its wings of light. Although it looked dispirited, facing the dragon's might and the lily airflow, the Pegasus' moonlight-like eyes did not have any reaction at all. Whoosh! The black dog that seemed to have not eaten its fill moved again. Once again, it turned into a streak of black lightning and shot up several tens of feet into the sky. There, although the Pegasus waved its wings of light with some difficulty, it still managed to dodge the lily airflow's attack. As for the dragon's aura of the Dragon Palace, it seemed to only stir up the light around the Pegasus' body and was unable to subdue the Pegasus. Harumph! Seeing that Blackie was flying over again, the Pegasus' four hooves impatiently kicked a few times in the air. Its snow-white tail rapidly swayed behind it, but as it raised its head and neighed unyieldingly at the night sky. Although the Pegasus' expression could not be seen from its eyes, there was an obvious sadness in its neighing. The raised wings of light trembled once again and seemed to have suddenly grown several tens of feet. The entire Pegasus rushed towards Blackie like a ray of light. It actually seemed to have the intention of a life and death struggle. Blackie and the Pegasus were both extremely fast. In just a breath's time, they had already collided. However, at the moment of collision, Blackie once again spat out a silver brilliance from his mouth and landed on the broken horn on the Pegasus's forehead. The Pegasus, which was originally as fast as lightning, suddenly became limp and fell from the sky. As for Blackie, he landed lightly on the Pegasus's forehead. It turned its head to show off and barked at Xiaohua with a woof woof. Hee hee. Xiaohua faintly smiled. His figure flew up and flew towards where the Pegasus had fallen. At this moment, old monster Jifeng, who was watching from afar, suddenly flew over. What? Old monster Jifeng, this Pegasus was subdued by me. Are you going to stop me? Xiaohua's smiling expression disappeared as he indifferently looked at old monster Jifeng, who was flying over, and asked. With a smile on his face, old monster Jifeng hastily said, fellow immortal Xiao misunderstood. This Pegasus was subdued by fellow immortal Xiao in front of everyone. How could this old man dare to go back on his words? However, this old man has a matter to discuss with fellow immortal Xiao. I ask fellow immortal Xiao to wait in the room after bidding for this Pegasus. This old man will personally pay a visit. Be careful, be careful. Xiaohua saw that old monster Jifeng wasn't stopping him and was instead stopping in midair. He faintly nodded his head. Without stopping, his figure flew several tens of feet. That previously incomparably arrogant Pegasus was like a pile of mud as it fell from midair with a loud bang. Although the Pegasus' fall was very fierce, Xiaohua extended his hand and easily caught it, as if it didn't have any weight at all. Then, Xiao He jumped down from the Pegasus' forehead and ran a few rounds around Xiaohua as if he was having fun. Then, Xiaohua kept the Pegasus into his space. Seeing that Xiaohua kept the Pegasus, everyone became quiet. Ao Shuai's dragon might disappeared and Murong Tsongyan's lily rain was also kept. Duanmu Qing stood at the balcony and coldly looked at Xiaohua for a long time. Like old monster Jifeng, although she was somewhat unwilling, there was nothing she could do. She turned around and entered the room. Only Zhu Qing flew over with a smile. She greeted Xiaohua, who was descending from midair, and cupped her hands. Congratulations, fellow immortal Xiao. Hee hee, Xiaohua laughed and said, what are you congratulating for? Aren't you just here to ask for vitality stones? Take it. As he spoke, Xiaohua extended his hand and took out a small Qingquan bag from his bosom and handed it over to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She hurriedly waved her hand. Fellow immortal Xiao, I am only here to congratulate you. However, he did not expect that old monster Jifeng had already spoken of his intentions in a few words. Fujiwen was caught unprepared and hurriedly said, this one will wait outside first. Young Master Fu, there is no need. Xiaohua waved his hand and said to old monster Jifeng with a smile. Fellow immortal, thank you for thinking highly of this Xiao. However, it is already late and this Xiao still has to rush back. Let's talk about this later. Xiaohua's intention was obviously to decline and not plan to go. However, old monster Jifeng hurriedly said, Xiaohua, this auction will be held in Bright Moon Lane, and it will be held in an hour. If you agree, this old man will bring you along right now. Old monster Jifeng. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry and explained, this Xiao just bid for the heavenly horse and has already given all the top-grade origin stones in my bag to Star Picking Lu. Now that my bag is empty, what's the use of going to that auction? Hearing Xiaohua's words, old monster Jifeng first laughed. You humans are all hypocrites, your mouth is full of lies. This old man has been with you for a long time, even if I don't want to learn, I have learned it. Previously, this old man lied to Zhu Qing, saying that I only have 500,000 top-grade origin stones on me. Even he did not believe this, so how can this old man believe your words? This old man will definitely not believe that you do not have extra origin stones. Xiaohua rubbed his nose, looked at old monster Ji Feng and said indifferently, "You are right, this Xiao does have origin stones in this small Qingquan bag. However, this Xiao does not want to participate in any auction anymore. Tonight, this Xiao's harvest has already satisfied this Xiao. Hee, this is nothing." Old monster Ji Feng waved his hand and said, "If this old man remembers correctly, you still have a so-called golden core cultivation method that you have not bid for. Of course, looking at your appearance, it is not because you do not have enough origin stones, but because that golden core cultivation method is not in your eyes, right? This is bad." Xiaohua saw that even old monster Ji Feng saw something fishy, and he unconsciously became vigilant. Just from this, they should be able to know this Zhao's cultivation level, right? Without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything, old monster Ji Feng advised again, "In the auction at Jianghu, due to the rules of the hidden immortal continent, your Dao sect's cultivation methods and secret techniques, as well as some of the more secretive things of the Buddhist sect, do not dare to bid. However, in the auction that this old man is going to, there is no such misgivings. Presumably, the cultivation methods that you want can all be obtained. Even if the auction does not have the things that you want, you can also ask others to provide you with useful information. In short, this old man can pat his chest and guarantee that if you do not go, you will definitely regret it." Xiaohua thought for a moment, and could only say directly, "Old monster Ji Feng, this Xiao just bid for the heavenly horse is something that you must obtain. To be honest, this Xiao does not understand your intentions. Therefore, although this little one has the intention to follow you to take a look at the auction, this little one does not dare to casually agree. Moreover, you and I have never met before, this auction is not something that ordinary people can enter. Why do you insist on inviting this Xiao to go?" "Good." Old monster Ji Feng clapped his hands and said, "Xiaohua, since you have said it so clearly, then this old man will also open the window and speak frankly." At this point, old monster Ji Feng said to Fujiwen, "You can leave first. The words that follow are not suitable for you to hear." "Yes, this one understands." When Fujiwen nodded, he glanced at Xiaohua. If fellow immortal Xiao feels that it is very safe to head there with fellow immortal Ji Feng, then just pretend that this Zhu never said this. After speaking, Zhu Qing didn't look at Xiaohua's and old demon Ji Feng's expressions. He cupped his hands and said, "Once again, I thank both fellow immortals for coming to my Zhai Xinglu. I hope that I can still see both fellow immortals at the next auction." Although Zhu Qing emphasized the two words, "still can," she didn't stay any longer. She turned around and left. Old demon Ji Feng's expression didn't change. Seeing Zhu Qing leave, he also smiled and said, "What little friend Zhu said is indeed reasonable. This old man can't guarantee your safety. You have to consider it carefully." It's fine. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao isn't a 3-year-old boy. How can I not understand these interests? Since this Xiao has decided to head there, then let's go. Please." A strange look flashed across old demon Ji Feng's eyes. However, this strange look was so obscure that Xiaohua couldn't see it. Soon after, old demon Ji Feng raised his hand to signal. Xiaohua opened the door and followed old demon Ji Feng to the door. At this moment, other than the two women and Fujiwen, there was no one else at the door. One of the unfamiliar women saw old demon Ji Feng come out and hastily walked to the side and respectfully saluted. Xiao Yi, who was in Xiaohua's room, also respectfully stepped forward and saluted. Xiao Yi respectfully sends senior off. "Have the other VIPs in the other rooms left?" Xiaohua nodded and asked tentatively. Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Senior knows." Xiao Yi doesn't know if the other VIPs have left or not. However, if there is nothing else, they have already left Zhai Xinglu. "Alright, lead the way." Xiaohua glanced at old demon Ji Feng and instructed Xiao Yi, "Senior, this way please. Xiao Yi responded and led Xiao Hua and the others out of the bright moon palace. After a few steps, they arrived under the straight osmanthus tree. Xiao Hua paused slightly and sized up this osmanthus tree. He then turned his head to look at the huge vermilion palace. He couldn't help but think of the girl in Longevity Town who liked little white rabbits. I wonder how her injuries are. Her relationship with her father, has it already been mended? Xiao Hua was just thinking about it. He then followed Xiao Yi out of the moon door because he knew that the lifespan of people in the secular world was extremely short. Although Hao family's eldest miss was still young, once he left Longevity Town, who knew when he would be able to return? He was afraid that this girl would never see him again in her lifetime. The moon door was still as bright as the moon. However, when Xiao Hua walked past the moon door, a cool breeze blew past and the mask on his face suddenly disappeared. What appeared in front of him was a short flight of stairs. Looking to the side, other than himself, there was no one else. Xiao Yi was also gone. Sigh, I still wanted to give this girl a piece of primeval stone. Although Xiao Hua knew that this was Zhai Xinglu's arrangement, he still felt somewhat regretful. He then stepped down the stairs. After only a dozen steps, there was another moon door at the bottom of the stairs. After passing through the moon door, he saw the empty Zhai Xinglu. At this time, there was nothing but bright lights in Zhai Xinglu. Even the green-robed youth from before was nowhere to be seen. Come. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, then raised his voice. Senior, what instructions do you have? As soon as Xiao Hua's voice fell, a green-robed youth answered and bowed respectfully. I have something to ask of. Number 307. How can I summon him? Xiao Hua looked at the green-robed youth's unfamiliar face and said. Tower Master. The green-clothed youth took the essence stones and said in a low voice, that senior insisted on giving this. And, keep it for yourself. Give 2 pieces to Lianhong. Zhu Qing nodded, but her gaze left Xiao Hua and the others and looked at the river in the distance. The green-clothed youth didn't dare to disturb Zhu Qing and hurriedly entered Zhai Xinglu. Zhu Qing kept watching, and after a long while, she sighed, midnight has already passed, and the ghosts have already returned. But why are there still so many demons in this world? Xiao Hua didn't hear Zhu Qing's sigh. Instead, under Fu Jiwen's lead, he came to the side of a stone arch bridge. The river under the stone arch bridge still flowed as before, but the clear river water was now filled with the smell of alcohol and cosmetics. Occasionally, there would be Confucian headscarves and women's tube tops floating by. It was unknown which debauchee did this. At this moment, a pleasure boat was docked by the river bank. This pleasure boat was several meters in size and was almost as wide as the river. Moreover, this pleasure boat was different from the usual ones. At the railing in front of the pleasure boat, there was a coiling dragon carved from red paulownia wood, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws fiercely. In the middle of the boat, where the boat's tower was completely hollow. Strips of gauze covered the empty railing. Although some lights could be seen through the gauze, the situation inside could not be seen. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Seeing this pleasure boat from afar, Fu Jiwen said in a low voice, this should be the dragon boat that the demon clan's senior mentioned. Yes, there's no mistake. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and said with a nod, this Xiao will get on the dragon boat now. You follow Xiao Jian and the others back to Seven Suns Temple first. When Xiao Hua returns tomorrow morning, we will pay a visit to Great Master Dao Shan together. Yes. Fujiwen replied and turned to look at Xiao Jian. Ever since Xiao Jian came out from Star-Picking Tower, other than being anxious, he was only depressed. Other than being silent, there was only silence. Xiao Hua naturally knew that Xiao Jian didn't get anything from the auction and was worried about when he would recover his cultivation. However, he didn't say anything and turned to walk towards the dragon boat. "Senior, be careful." Lu Yi looked at Xiao Hua's back and couldn't help but shout. "Yes, I know. You all should go back and rest early." Xiao Hua turned his head and smiled. He waved his hand and said, "This Xiao will return tomorrow morning." When he walked to the front of the pleasure boat, 2 strands of divine sense and 2 strands of divine sense swept over him. Xiao Hua raised his voice and said, "Since you want to watch the show, why don't you go closer? Watching from afar. I'm afraid it's not satisfying enough." Hee, fellow immortal Xiao is really awe-inspiring. Just as Xiao Hua's voice fell, a charming voice rang out. Then, the exceptionally beautiful Princess Baihua walked out from the veil of the pleasure boat and looked at Xiao Hua with a faint smile. "Moonlight beauty, it's all the moon's fault." The beauty was unexpectedly so smooth. "Princess Baihua?" Xiao Hua saw Princess Baihua appear and was clearly startled. He just thought that the divine sense belonged to Murong Songyun. "Oh." Princess Baihua's smile froze and stayed at the corner of her mouth. Instantly, the moonlight shining on Princess Baihua's body cooled down. Could it be that fellow immortal Xiao doesn't want this servant to appear again? Could it be that fellow immortal Xiao thinks that someone else is here to help you? No, no. The soft-hearted Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't let the beauty have a hidden grudge. He hurriedly smiled and said, "This Xiao is only a commoner in the mountains." His mocking gaze looked at Princess Hundred Flowers' back, then landed on the messy water. After a while, he drank a cup of wine and said, "Sigh, I have to say. Although humans are cunning and selfish, they are also smart. Not to mention cultivation, even the Tao of zither, go, calligraphy, and painting is not something we demons can compare to. It's definitely not a coincidence that this world is filled with humans." "That's right." Old demon Ji Feng took the opportunity to laugh. "Our 1,000 demon sacred realms Archean Ian Ridge is filled with the sound of wind all day long. It's either lion's roar or wolf's howl. How can there be such beautiful music? If we don't enter the hidden immortal continent and don't take human form, how can we know? What a pity. How could an ignorant person like you know what we are thinking? They actually think that they are the spirits of all living things, and that everything in this world has to follow them. Not to mention that flowers, birds, insects, and fish can't be lumped together, even if they are considered the same species, they can't be considered demons. Taking a step back, even if they can take human form and look like humans, how can they cultivate like humans? Taking human form is just for a better survival. If this world is filled with cockroaches, they will definitely turn into cockroaches." Ao Shui sighed and said without looking at Xiao Hua, "Humans being the spirits of all living things is just laughable arrogance. Humans being the leader of all living things is even more lamentable self-deception." Hee. Xiao Hua laughed and looked up. "Ao Shui, let me ask you. Why did you take human form? Why did you come to the hidden immortal continent to train?" Princess Baihua has been paying attention to Xiao Hua's expression. At this time, seeing Xiao Hua in a daze, she hurriedly refuted. "Senior, nowadays, whether it's Daoist sects, Confucian cultivators or Buddhist sects, our human race has thousands of cultivation methods, each of which has its own advantages. Although some cultivation methods have the demon form of the demon race, many of them don't. Most of the cultivation methods of Confucian cultivators don't have it, right? The cultivation methods of Buddhist sects are mainly about Buddha. There's almost no demon form. Moreover, the so-called 3,000 great Daoists, hundreds of schools, and 3,000 great worlds are the end of our human race's cultivation. Senior, don't tell this junior that you don't know about Confucian cultivators' ascension and Buddhist sects' heavenly gates guidance. This is different from your demon race's shattering of the void. This old man naturally knows about this. Ao Shuai smiled somewhat triumphantly. Since your human race's ascension and heavenly gates guidance are on par with my demon race's shattering of the void, what qualifications do you humans have to say that you're the wisest of all living things? This. Princess Baihua was also at a loss for words. She glanced at Xiao Hua, who seemed to have lost his soul, and hurriedly took out a cup that looked like a flower bud from her small cosmos bag and handed it to Xiao Hua. Brother Xiao, this is my Cha New country's new tea, please taste it. And Xiao Hua took it and only put it to his mouth but didn't drink it. His brows were still wrinkled as he looked at the blue waves beside the boat, as if he was still thinking about what Ao Shuai said just now. Princess Baihua waved her hand and a dark green flute appeared in her hand. She immediately put it to her lips and blew it a few times. The sound wasn't loud, but it made Xiao Hua feel as if he had just woken up from a dream. Seeing that Xiao Hua was somewhat sober, Princess Baihua hurriedly said, Brother Xiao, whether humans are the wisest of all living things or whether demons are the wisest of all living things, they all have their own reasons. If you want to search for the origin, I'm afraid you have to go straight to the ancient times. Or even back to the ancient times. Although we are human cultivators, if you want to search for the answer in the human world, it's impossible. The saying, people in this mountain, deep in the clouds, not knowing where to go, is exactly like this. Brother Xiao, you don't have to think too much at this time. If you want to know the details, first cultivate your Daoist cultivation method to the extreme. It won't be too late to search for it after you ascend. That's right. Xiao Hua was really enlightened. This matter was related to the ancient times. What was the use of thinking too much about it? Xiao Hua smiled at Princess Baihua, then glared at Ao Shuai. He knew that this guy had bad intentions and wanted to destroy his Dao heart. Fortunately, his Dao heart wasn't damaged at all under Princess Baihua's protection. Ao Shuai saw that Xiao Hua had woken up and sighed in his heart. He raised the wine cup in his hand and drank it in one gulp. Xiao Hua wanted to say something, but old eccentric Xi Feng, who had been silent all this time, reminded him, everyone, be careful. We're about to enter the auction, oh? Xiao Hua frowned and looked out of the boat in confusion. They were just about to enter the auction. What was there to be careful about? Could it be that there was something strange about the auction? As for Ao Shuai's words, they were like a small thorn that deeply pierced into Xiao Hua's heart. Princess Baihua's words might be reasonable and represent the thoughts of all humans, but they were, after all, true humans. They could only think from the perspective of humans. However, Xiao Hua was now somewhat different from a pure human.